Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, October 13th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. Patty Clapper, vice chair, is here with me in the room, as well as Laura Maker, our assistant county attorney. And joining us from home are other commissioners Greg Poshman, Francie Jacober, and I'm not sure if Steve Child is, it looks like he's running a little behind, but he will be joining us shortly. So with that, I will check in with staff to see if we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Hi, Kelly. The only addition that we had is yesterday we did pull a topic that was listed specifically under a work session, which is a roadmap to recovery. And the board agreed to listen to that during open discussion this afternoon.
Great. All right. Do we need to amend the agenda to add that, Rich?
Well, it was listed specifically.
Okay.
I think it'd be good to do that, Kelly, just to call that out.
Okay, thank you. So I will look to the board for a motion to amend today's agenda, please.
So moved.
Thank you,
So
Patty.
moved.
All right, moved by Patty and seconded by Greg.
Third by Francie, I think we did.
All in favor of amending today's agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you all. That's 4-0. So let me check in online and see if we have any members of the public who have joined us for public comment. If anybody wishes to do so now, please go ahead and call in at the number on the top of the agenda. We'll give it a few seconds. Otherwise, I don't see anyone. Oh, let's see. I don't see anyone at this time, and there's no one here in the room. So we'll just give it a few seconds in case anyone decides to join us. Okay, thank you to Grassroots for posting the number there for all to see. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and turn to commissioners' comments today. Patty.
Yeah, I want everyone to know that I had the most exciting adventure yesterday. I left Denver International Airport at 3 in the afternoon, and I got home at 1 o'clock this morning. Was one of those exciting drives. So I want to remind people again, winter is upon us. The roads are very slippery right now because it's kind of that wet snow and the temperatures are dropping quickly. So please be careful out there. There was a considerable accident on the east side of Eisenhower Tunnel. So it was quite the adventure, but I was determined to get back here for the meeting and to see all of you again. So thank you for letting me attend my 50th class reunion in California, where I also got to witness the oil spill along the Huntington Beach section of the Pacific Coast. So it was a very interesting time spent away from here, and I'm really happy to be back and see all of you. So again, to everyone, we still have some leaves that are beautiful out there, but we started making snow. I saw Highlands had their snow guns on last night. So get out your warm, woolly stuff and just be prepared to drive safely on the highways, please. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Patty. Other commissioner comments? Greg.
Yeah, Patty, welcome home. Sorry you had the classic epic drive home. But I just wanted to point out that, probably 100 years or so ago, it took a full week to get here from Denver. And you would have had to have a friendly mule or a pack train in order to do it. So
that's what it felt
just
like.
Think how far we've come.
Yeah, it felt like a week last night. Let me tell you.
I'm sure. I remember I had a 12-hour epic drive from Aspen back to Boulder once when I was at the university there, and it was, white knuckles the entire way. So, as I've said before, you can't get here from there. My comment today is just I want to bring up this book. I'm starting my book club here. This is the new book. It's called Speed and Scale: An Action Plan for Solving Our Climate Crisis. This new book will be released in about a week. I've got an advanced copy, so I'm diving in, and I'm going to try to get a copy of this book to anyone who has a mind, an elected official or a staffer who has a climate consciousness of any sort in the state. That's my goal. because I think this book could be a really useful plan and action book, at least to get the conversation rolling in a big way. So you'll be hearing more about it from me ad nauseum, I'm sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Greg. And Steve, go ahead.
So I too will be going to my 50th college reunion next week in California. And it's actually the 51st year because last year they didn't hold any class reunions. So I'm leaving I won't miss any commissioner meetings unless there's another major snowfall and I'm stuck in Denver on the way back. But also I just got my COVID booster shot just an hour ago down at the Aspen Basalt Mobile Home Park, where they have a great big van from the state is traveling around. And I think they are targeting going into Spanish speaking neighborhoods and parking there for the day in hopes of getting a lot of the Spanish speaking people to get vaccinated. So it was quick and easy and free, and I urge everybody to go ahead and get your vaccinations, whether it be your first, your second, or your third one. They all will be good for you and for society to keep people from getting sick. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Wait, I need to
And
clarify.
You look pretty good, so hopefully you'll stay feeling well.
Steve, I want to clarify. Mine was my 50th high school reunion. So don't be grouping me with those college 50-year reunions.
Well, that just, now I know, I can almost place your age to the year, Patty, so.
Want to clarify that.
All right, Francie, any comments today?
No. Hope
Okay.
everybody's doing well. Happy to see you all. Welcome home, Patty.
Thank you.
All right, and my comments will be,
We
oop,
do have snow on the ground here at my house.
awesome.
I don't know do you in Aspen?
We had a little bit, not much.
Just a little bit here too.
It was all on I-70, trust me.
All right, so I'll jump in here. So I was remiss. Usually every September, I kind of make a public service announcement here related to Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, which September was designated as, and I sort of forgot to bring that up. But I'm going to take this opportunity now during my commissioner comments. So as many of you know, I lost my mother to ovarian cancer. She was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer when she was 50. And she died when she was 52, and I was 24. And it's about the worst thing in the world that's happened to me up in this point in my life. And so I just want to encourage all the women out there and all the men who love them to just pay attention to some of the signs and symptoms that are very subtle related to ovarian cancer. They call it the silent killer, because the symptoms are things like, new bloating, in the stomach, or new unexplained fatigue, pelvic and abdominal pain, back pain, feeling full after only eating a small amount, or the need to go to the restroom often. These are pretty nondescript symptoms that can be related to lots of ordinary things in life, but they also can be reflective of some new development of ovarian cancer in a woman's body. And so I just urge all of you to not ignore such symptoms and to seek out advice from your doctor if you experience them. I look forward to a cure for this disease. I don't think there's been enough progress made in the 20 years since I lost my mom. So hopefully, we have more advancements in that realm. So thank you all for that time.
Thanks for bringing that back to our attention.
Yes. Okay, with that, we can move into our regular agenda. So we have several items on the consent agenda today. We have the minutes of our September 1st, September 18th, and September 22nd meetings. We have a resolution supporting regional fugitive methane capture and destruction projects. We have a ratification of assessor's recommendation on abatement petitions over $10,000. We have a resolution to partner with CMC in applying for and distributing the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship, Matching Fund Scholarship. And we have a resolution appointing citizen board members to our Healthy Rivers and Streams boards, reappointing Bill Yocums and Chris Lemon. So I would like to see if any board members would like to pull any of those items off of the consent agenda for discussion today. Patty?
Yeah,
And Greg.
I'd like to pull off a resolution regarding the fugitive methane capture. I think the board is probably going to want to make some comments on that. And also the resolution appointing the citizen board members. And if there are no other items the board wants to pull off, I'll be ready to make a
I
motion
saw
to pass
a few
the
more
other.
hands, so let's,
Yeah.
Greg, I assumed you wanted to pull the methane capture resolution. Was there anything else? No? Okay, and Steve?
Actually,
Oops,
Kelly,
sorry,
I
Greg, go
see
ahead.
Larry Fight here, and
Mhm.
he may, Larry, do we need to pull this abatement petition? Just since I see Larry here, I just wanted to offer that if he's,
No, I'm just here in the case that sometimes there are questions, so I just try to make myself available. But if it's all good, then it's all good.
All right. Steve, did you have any items you wanted to discuss?
Well, I just wanted to thank Larry for being here and being ready to answer questions. That third item, though, it's non-controversial. I think I'm good with it the way it is.
Okay. So with that, I will look for a motion to approve the 3 items on the consent agenda, which are the minutes, the assessor's recommendation on abatement petition, and the opportunity scholarship.
so moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Second?
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Nope. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. So then let's discuss the resolution supporting the regional fugitive methane capture. I see Zach is here. So Zach, if you want to please refresh the public's memory about this item, and then we'll open it up for discussion with the board.
Sure. So this item was originally brought before you at the request of the board. I believe Greg brought it up in open discussion. It must have been over a month and a half ago now. But it's in response to the collaborative group that is working on the Coal Basin methane capture project. And again, this mine, our abandoned coal mine, is emitting about 9,100 tons of methane a year. That's equivalent to all of the human activity emissions in Pickens County, so it's a pretty sizable emitter. The resolution itself, I think, is pretty straightforward. It's a generic support of these sorts of fugitive methane capture projects, as well as support for a regulatory overhaul, just kind of in a broad manner. Originally, this was brought to you with a letter as well to be sent off. There has been a little bit of change in that. The collaborative group has gotten together and they've decided that the best pathway forward to at least get the Coal Basin project done as soon as possible is something called the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, FPLMA. And essentially it allows for the director of the BLM and the Department of Interior to make a special dispensation for projects of merit that aren't directly related to coal or oil and gas extraction. And so the letter there's currently a draft form from Wilderness Workshop that's circulating around the collaborative group for final review and edits. And that'll be back in front of all of you for your review and signature in the next week or so, I would anticipate. We can either send it as a duplicate letter or you can sign on to the letter as a whole with the group. On the other side of that, the letter that I originally wrote, we're going to push that off about a month or so. We're doing some modest revisions to it to kind of make it a more generic letter on the regulatory process and less singular on the Coal Basin project. And so that'll be coming back to you. We're also going to be meeting with Jacob from CC4CA tomorrow, I believe, with the hope that since we've broadened it beyond just a single project, it'll have a little bit more appeal to CC4CA to join on as well. And we're hoping maybe we can tag on a couple other groups as well. The last part on the FPLMA letter, that'll be getting sent to Senator Bennett's office, who will then be forwarding it to the BLM and the Department of Interior. So I think it's a quick update, but I think I covered everything, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, questions or additional input from Zach. Greg, I wanted to check in with you because I know you and Mona had reached out today.
Right, yeah, I think Mona may be listening in today too, and if she wants in, I don't know if she'd like to make a comment, I'd love to invite her in if you can. But I think Zach teed it up nicely. I had a conversation this morning with Senator Bennett's office, John Whitney, who said, they were concerned about just having ideally a comprehensive approach to put in front of the Secretary of the Interior, so that it's very simple and easy, that they know what we're asking them for. And so we're trying to coordinate efforts on the two letters. The FLTMA, I finally learned, actually stands for, Patty will tell me, or Zach will, it's the, where is it?
Federal Land Policy and Management Act.
Federal Land Policy and Management Act, thank you, which would allow us to go in and destroy the methane with essentially an edict from the Secretary of the Interior, which could speed things up dramatically. And that might actually be, that's optimal for a couple of reasons. One, because it's an important, it's a super important mission that we're dealing with. But then also the climate in Washington with the Secretary of the Interior and the administration is actually fairly receptive to this sort of request right now, according to Senator Bennett's office. So we should strike while the iron's hot. So that's the gist of it that I have, and I'm enthusiastic about moving these forward.
May I follow up really quickly on that, Kelly?
Yeah, hang on one sec though. Could you move Mona Newton over as a panelist, please? And Mona, I see you, so we'll have you address the board after Zach. So Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I was just gonna say, I also talked to Senator Bennett's office this morning, as well as Mona as well. The kind of way that we were framing it is, this is a project-specific approval. The FPLMA is project specific. Your letter is kind of taking on that administrative, the one that we'd be following up with is kind of the administrative form of approval. And then the Bennett's office is also hoping that we can do a legislative appeal as well. So rather than throwing all of our eggs in one basket, kind of attacking the problem from multiple directions to make sure we're keeping all of the avenues available going forward.
Okay, great. Hi, Mona. Nice to see you.
Hi,
Thanks for
thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you all for allowing me to join you. Zach's done a great job of summarizing and adding comments that I was just going to add as well. And thank you, Greg. And yes, we are working on this draft letter from our group. And we are also going to get everybody from the working group that are part of it, which includes a series of nonprofit and private, and then of course Picken County as part of this working group, to sign on to this letter. And then, as Zach said, we'll send it to the senator's office. As you know, we have both Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett who are supporting the work that we're doing. And and then they will send it on to the Department of Interior with a little cover letter. So we're hoping that that'll bring more attention to our request, this administrative request that we're making of the Department of Interior. So,
Cool.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Mona. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing that came up is the discussion of who will conduct the NEPA review, and if BLM and Forest Service can combine efforts on it. And then it was suggested in the letter, perhaps maybe, I don't know who would put the comment in, but perhaps we want to open that up to a third party. Mona, thank you. Suspected it might be you. At one point, John Peacock did mention that it's possible perhaps Pitkin County should be managing that NEPA process. So we're all looking at Zach here. Just thinking that might be something that the commissioners will want to authorize, one, to include in this letter as a third party going through the NEPA process. So I just wanted to bring that up, and if anybody has a comment on what that would entail, please let me know.
Greg, I just want to clarify, because I thought the conversation was that Picken County could help fund the third-party NEPA review rather than conduct the NEPA review.
That's a question I'd have to circle back to John, and maybe Mona, she may have the answer to that. I don't know.
Okay. Sorry, I put my hand up visually and then also on the screen. So yes, the NEPA process, I did add that comment in because we, in our conversations with the U.S. Forest Service and also the BLM, they have suggested that getting the process done through a third party may expedite it as well. And yes, I think the process would be that a third party company, for example, that has conducted EIS or EAs around our area could conduct that. And when we spoke with Kevin a few months ago, he suggested that that would be a possibility because their backlog, they have such a backlog of projects, and they would oversee it. We would have to find the funding for it, but yes, it would be a third party who would come in and do the EA or the EIS that is required as part of the NEPA process. So it'd be great if Pitkin County could help fund that. And I've spoken with a third party who's actually done several EAs and EISs in the Roaring Fork and in the Vail Valley. So kind of starting to tee up some of these pieces as we move forward with this project. As it appears we may be able to move forward with it. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Greg, and then Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, talking to Kevin Warner last week on a number of different things, fire mitigation in particular. We did speak a little bit about Coal Basin, and I really took away a sense of hesitancy from him that they were going to be able to, they're going to be looking to the Secretary of the Interior to give them a command to do something here. It's just not going to happen beneath that level, as far as near as I can tell. That seemed to be what he was telegraphing to me. And he said, boy, it sure would be great if you could just go through the BLM's regular process, to do this, because it's going to be really difficult if you can't. So we have the administrative policy work cut out for us. And I think that even the technical mining, drilling, capping part of this might actually be the easy part compared to that.
Okay. All right, Steve, I saw your hand, then Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. I would be in favor of Pitkin County taking on a major portion or all of the funding of a NEPA study, if that is what is needed to get this done as quickly as possible, because that gas has been leaking out of the ground ever since the mines were closed in 1992 or so. And the sooner we can get a project done there, the better it is for our action on climate change. So if that's what it takes for us to be the major funder of it, I would be in favor of that.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I'll go ahead and note for, to check in with John Peacock and add it for future agenda discussion if we need it for the funding aspect. Patty?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that Senator Hickenlooper is also involved in this. I think it's important to have both senators on board. And we've been talking about the Department of Interior giving direction, but since the Forest Service comes under the Department of Agriculture, I think we need to get the Department of Ag and the Department of Interior, both of those secretaries, to be looking at this together. And I don't know if I'm assuming that we've looked into that, since BLM is under Department of Ag and Forest Service is under, BLM's under Department of Interior, Forest Service is under Department of Ag. So we have a lot of combining of great minds in Washington to move this forward. So if you need any help with that, Mona or Zach, let us know. As far as funding, I would like to see that come forward maybe through Cindy Hubin as part of our budget. And I don't know if it's in there, Zach, but I think I'd like to, get a placeholding for that moving forward. It's better to have it on the books than try to bring it back, because we have a process. So we can always take it out if we don't need it. And if we need it, it's already there ready to go. So I would like to see that be part of it. And the end of my comment is I want to thank you guys. Greg, I want to thank you for really bringing this forward and working with Mona to push it. I want to thank Zach for the amazing work and energy he's put into it. And for all of staff, I think this will make a big difference. Again, not just for our community, but hopefully for communities in Colorado and beyond. And it's never unlike Pitkin County to do something new and get it out there and let others, follow along behind us and tweak it to fit their needs in their own communities. So it's one of those things that makes you proud. And I want to thank you guys for moving it on.
All right, and
Thanks,
Greg, I'll
Patty.
look
It's
to you to
exciting.
move to approve.
Yeah, we're going to give Greg the honor.
Oh, I move that we approve this resolution.
Second it.
All right, thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Betty.
Thank you, Francie, for seconding. Any further discussion?
No, good job.
Rich?
Yeah, Kelly, just for clarification, do we have a majority that would like to see this come back? Because I can notify Connie and bring that back as part of our budget review. Because I saw Zach nod that it's not in the budget now, so we can bring that back.
Okay, let's check in. Do we
Good.
want,
I'm
we want to
nodding.
see this in our budget? Yes. Thanks,
Okay.
Rich.
All right, thank you,
Appreciate it.
Kelly.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Rich.
that. Okay, so all in favor of this resolution supporting regional fugitive methane capture and destruction projects, please say aye.
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 Hi.
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
I think so. Thank you, Zach and Mona, for joining today.
Thank you.
Okay, the other item on the consent agenda that we've pulled is a resolution appointing citizen board members, and we have Charlotte Anderson here in the boardroom with us. And so I will, we'll give Charlotte a moment to get set up. Okay, thank you. So we have a resolution to appoint the renewing members of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
So I pulled it. First of all, thanks Charlotte for keeping us on top of all these, because we have so many boards and so many citizens that sometimes it gets a little lot. So I want to thank you for bringing it back. I want to thank, as a whole, I want to thank all of the people who have been interested in applying for our boards. I think that's, we value their input and the time that they spend with us. And I want to thank the two gentlemen, Bill Yocums and Chris Lemons, for stepping forward again to serve. Bill Yocums, who's been on this board since its inception. He brings a lot of history, a lot of creativity, and just his general knowledge, especially of the crystal. So, and Chris is one of our newer members, and we're glad to have him coming back with us. We'll see that Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is doing some new projects. They're looking at doing more, and especially in light of the drought, and we don't see the drought ending anytime soon. So we appreciate their helping us move forward with what we're going to do to preserve our water quality and quantity.
All right, thank you, Patty. Other comments about these board appointments?
Then I will make a motion to
All right.
approve.
Thank you, Patty. Is there a second?
Second?
All right, thank you, Steve. Any further discussion?
Thanks.
All right, I think the Healthy Rivers Board is sort of at a pivotal point in the next chapter of its great history by being able to hire new staff. I understand there's some great applicants
Oh, great.
for our staff position. They had a presence at the Celebrate the Crystal event down over in Marble to celebrate the Crystal River and the Wild and Scenic designation effort. A lovely booth over there over the weekend. And yeah, are just an awesome group. So glad to have Bill and Chris hang on to that. And with that, I will call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks, Charlotte. Nice to see you. Okay, so let's move on to individual consideration items. Agenda item number 6, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving the Crystal Oaks Metropolitan District Service Plan. This is listed as being set for first reading today and then a public hearing on the October 27th, but I think I think that may have been moved. So if, Jeanette, if you'll just clarify that in your presentation, I will turn it over to Jeanette Jones, our clerk to the board. Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kelly. This is a submission of a new special district service plan, and it's been submitted by Eric Gross on behalf of the Crystal Oaks Bridge Association. The commissioners heard a presentation from Eric and his team at your work session last week, and the purpose of this meeting is just to set the public hearing, and that's for statute that we ask the commissioners to do that. Eric is not with us today. He had other some scheduling conflicts, but I told him I will summarize on his behalf. And then he'll be back on, and well, why don't I back up a little bit here? With your comment, Kelly, we are a little bit short on the noticing for November 3rd and the 27th. So we have scheduled a special meeting with Charlotte's help for November 9th. We are 4 days past the 30-day provision in the statute that we have to hold the public hearing after this meeting. So we were kind of in catch-22 there because of the 10th was moved to the 3rd. And so we requested a special meeting on the 3rd. So when you get ready for the motion to set the public hearing, it will be for November 9th. Okay. I'll just give a little brief summary here. The Crystal Oaks subdivision or association is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the private roads, and the bridge is located within the Seven Oaks subdivision and the Lower Sewell tracts. And then there are 5 properties not located in either subdivision, which is served by these roads and this bridge. The P&Z considered this petition at their meeting on October 5th, and enclosed in your packet is their resolution recommending that you all set the public hearing and move on with this petition. I think I'll stop at that unless you have any questions or need a little bit further information. But again, this is just a meeting to set the public hearing, at which time Eric and his team will be back, and some of the neighbors and the homeowners will be in attendance at that public hearing.
Great, thanks, Jeanette. Questions for Jeanette? Steve, then Patty.
Jeanette, I had asked Eric Gross about public access to Pickens County open space lands when we had met with him in the work session. And I'm looking on the maps, there is the Crystal River parcel, which is immediately adjacent upstream to the subdivision. And the Open Space and Trails owns the parcel, goes on both sides of the Crystal River there. But I think, I want to make sure that the public does have access to that open space parcel, whether it be along the subdivision road. I think is the way I walked in there when I went to that parcel. But I think if we could have a clarification on that on November 9th at the public hearing. Also, if we are, maybe Pickens County Open Space and Trails needs to participate in the funding of the road as maintaining the trail into that parcel is another possible thing that we maybe need to consider.
Okay. Thank you for that, Steve, and I will pass that along, and maybe it would be worthy for myself and Eric and Gary Tannenbaum to have a meeting and talk about that prior to the next hearing, and we'll do that and have all that clarified for you at the public hearing, or earlier if you would like that to send it to you.
Okay, thanks, Jeanette.
What?
All right, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, if my memory serves me correct, we had a lengthy discussion about this bridge some years ago, and I think it was about the time we were looking at that parcel for open space. I believe there's access from upriver to the parcel, and there was some concern about people crossing the private bridge. So there's a long history, but I do believe that when we brought that parcel we folded it into open space and trails, we did assure public access. I'm just not sure if it's from the Up Valley or both sides. So that would be the more specific point of clarification. That's number one. Number two, as I am still confused about these dates for public hearings. It's posted for a public hearing on October 27th, and then we have another public hearing on November 9th, because it's on our agenda for public, set for public hearing on October 27th. So I'm a little confused.
Sorry, Patty, the public hearing will be November 9th, and there has been some confusion on that going back and forth with Eric and I, but the public hearing will be on the 9th. And
Okay.
the-
So
will be-
our agenda for today is not correct where it says the 27th. Okay, all right, just clarifying that. All right, the third thing, this is kind of ironic, but in speaking about my 50th class reunion, while I was there, I spoke with a gentleman who lives in this subdivision who I went to high school with 50 years ago. And his name is on the list of property owners. Yeah, so he told me he was my neighbor, and then he explained where he lived, and now I see his name is part of this. And I didn't speak to him about it because I didn't do that connection when I talked to him at my class reunion. So now I can maybe get him to rally the voters down there to support this, because I think this is in the best interest of that neighborhood, to come up with a funding mechanism to keep that bridge safe and accessible for the residents there on that side of the river. So thanks, Jeanette, for bringing it forward to us.
Sure. And I actually worked on that bridge several years ago when it failed with high water. Once there were a bunch of us in Carbondale that were there and worked on it to try to get people access into those subdivisions.
Yeah. That bridge
I have
has
a little history too.
That bridge has a lot of history, doesn't it, Jeanette?
All right, any further questions or discussion? If not, then I'll look for a motion to approve the resolution as amended to note the public hearing date for November 9th,
And that's a special meeting, correct?
because it's a work session day.
Yeah.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty. Any further discussion? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Steve's comments about the land there and possible access to it. So I'm hoping we get a real understanding of what that property represents for us. When it comes back with Gary, and Gary's part of that conversation. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, thank you. Thanks, Jeanette.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, moving on to second readings and public hearings. We're on agenda item number 7, a resolution of the BOCC approving an IGA or an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for the elected official transportation committee. I think that's what that should say. Great. Funding approved by the EOTC on July 29th to complete reconstruction of the Maroon Creek roundabout. And we have David Pesnichek, our transportation administrator, here with us today. Hi, David.
Hello. I am David Pesnichek, Regional Transportation Administrator for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee. I'm not sure if that was my error or, but either way, on July 29th, as you noted, the EOTC approved $271,000 to go toward the reconstruction of the Maroon Creek roundabout in 2022. Since that time, the City of Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village have both signed resolutions approving the expenditure of those funds. It has also gone through the Board of County Commissioners and the Pickens County third quarter budget supplemental process, and that has also been approved. So at this point, CDOT does require an intergovernmental agreement in order to accept those funds. So on September 22nd, you heard this on first reading, and it was scheduled for second reading here today on October 13th. Functionally, this reconstruction is to redo the roundabout in concrete, as well as make some geometric changes that should increase the efficiency of the roundabout.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? Patty?
No changes to the original document that came before us in September? This is the same thing, just ready for second reading?
Yes, this is the same thing, yeah.
And we're not adding mauve or rainbow color to the cement. I'm really glad to hear that we're not,
We're
so
not,
I'm okay
yeah.
with that. Good, thank you, I appreciate that.
Steve?
David, in our work session yesterday with you, somehow we got to talking about a bigger roundabout, which I don't know if I don't think the reconstruction is really making it a bigger one, but, and I don't know how that actually came about where we were talking about a bigger roundabout at that location. And I'm pretty sure that what we are approving, I remember the CDOT representative said that if we do a channelization process, that the roundabout as it's designed now will accommodate that. So could you expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, so this reconstruction, this was initiated by the City of Aspen and CDOT. So CDOT is doing a repaving from the airport up through the roundabout, and the City of Aspen wanted to increase efficiency through that roundabout. And so as part of that process, as well as redo it in concrete in order to increase its resiliency, as part of that process, did look into, are there other design considerations that should be considered? And it was determined at that time that they could stay within the existing parameters of the roundabout. Moving outside, we had issues with the record of decision, as well as the need to purchase property. So this reconstruction is to stay within the current curb lines of the roundabout as it exists today, with certain geometric changes to increase that efficiency without making it actually larger. The channelization, that was a separate review that was done by the EOTC to look at ways to speed transit specifically through that roundabout, and doing a channelization modeled well, but as we discussed yesterday, once we got into the radii analysis, we weren't able to accommodate large tractor trailers, as that is a truck route, as well as some of the largest MCI RAPTA buses. So that essentially eliminated that channelization from the realm of possibilities.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Other questions for David? Okay, then I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Again, if any members of the public wish to call in to comment on the intergovernmental agreement with CDOT for the purposes of allocating funding approved by the elected officials transportation committee for the roundabout paving at the Maroon Creek roundabout, please call in now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Patty. I will second. All right. Any further discussion
Thanks.
on this IGA? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you all. Thanks, David. Nice to see you.
You too, thank you.
All right, moving on to our next public hearing and second reading. We're on agenda item number 8, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with Chaffee, Eagle, Lake, Park, and Summit counties regarding the Central Mountain Regional Emergency and Trauma Advisory Council. We have Jeanette Jones with us again, as well as Richard Cornelius and Sarah Weatherred. Nice to see you all again here at our second reading. And I will turn it over to Jeanette to introduce the topic for the public and staff.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. As Kelly noted, this is a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with Chaffee, Eagle, Lake, Park, and Summit County. And this is regarding the Central Mountain Regional Emergency and Trauma Advisory Council. And the commissioners heard this, considered this on first reading at their last meeting, and set a motion to set the public hearing for this meeting. And Sarah Weathered and Richard Cornelius has offered to appear again before you to give a little overview of this program. And Sarah did bring with her her presentation from the first meeting, and I told her we would leave it up to you all whether you want to see that whole presentation again, or just if you have any questions for Sarah or Richard that they can answer, and we will leave that up to you how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, let's check in with board members. Steve?
I think just a summary of what, not the full presentation, but a summary of it, because there might be members of the public who aren't as familiar with it and weren't at the original hearings, but they have the opportunity to go back and view those previous meetings, of course. But I think for the public's benefit, a short summary would be good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Sarah and let her provide that to you, if that's okay with you, Sarah.
Yes, that's great. I can abbreviate what I presented last time. I'll skip the slides. Pardon me, I have a little cold today. So we are the Central Mountains RETAC, which stands for Regional Emergency Medical Trauma Advisory Council. We work in we're a nonprofit organization, and we work in a 6-county region, as mentioned, Chaffee, Eagle Lake, Pitkin, Park, and Summit counties. We are funded by state statute CDPHE funding, and we work with all EMS and trauma centers in the region. We don't necessarily have authority over, but we do provide coordination, education, and support to all those entities within, excuse me, the region. What we're bringing to you today is a request for signature on our IGA. And this was originally signed in 2000, updated in 2003, and really the changes are simply to reflect current practice and fiscal year timelines. There's not a lot of substantive change in the IGA. And just maybe a couple other brief things about what we do, our priorities, excuse me while I look at my presentation here. Our priorities and goals include communication, regional medical direction. We have a very strong injury prevention program, and we're engaged with Aspen Valley Hospital in that, as well as both as the ambulance agencies, education for trauma centers, and behavioral health, which we're making small but important strides on, I believe. So I believe that's all I have for you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions for Sarah? Patty?
Yeah, Sarah, I just want to thank you for getting all the names listed. I was going through going, okay, is it Park, Pitkin, Eagle, Summit, Chaffee? I mean, yeah, so thank you. I just was reviewing the resolution, and it looks like it's corrected and ready to go. So thank you. And thank you, Richard, for bringing this forward to us.
Okay, any other questions? All right, this is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing. If members of the public wish to join us and comment on this resolution approving a second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with Chaffee, Eagle Lake, Park, and Summit counties regarding the Central Mountain Regional Emergency and Trauma Advisory Council. Okay, I'm not seeing any members of the public joining us on this item, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion. Greg?
I'd make a motion to approve. I don't have any further discussion.
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sarah and Richard and
Thanks.
Jeanette.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for coming.
All right, item number 9 on our agenda today, the resolution of the BOCC approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation Aeronautical Board, Division of Aeronautics, to assist in the funding of operations internships at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. And I will turn this over to Rich Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Dan is away this week on training, asked me to cover this one. Back on September 22nd, he brought to the board for consideration accepting a grant from the Department of Colorado aeronautical side of their transportation system. It's in the amount of $14,400, and it needs to be matched with local funds. Those local funds are contained in our 2021 budget, so this is just a request to authorize the chair to sign a resolution that the Department of Transportation will require as part of this grant agreement. I believe at the last meeting we did have a difference of the number that was on the resolution versus what was in the AIS and requested, and those have been corrected now. So I think we're ready to go unless you have any other further questions.
All right, any questions for Rich on this? Seeing none, I'll go ahead. Yep, Steve, go ahead.
Well, no questions, but I'd like to make a motion.
I have to open the public hearing first.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, I will open the public hearing on this item. If any members of the public wish to comment on this grant agreement with the CDOT Division of Aeronautics for operations internships at the airport, please call in now. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone join us on this, so I'll close the public hearing and I will bring it back to the board and turn it over to Steve.
Well, I will make a motion to approve the resolution approving the grant agreement with the CDOT Aeronautical Board, Division of Aeronautics, to help us with the internship at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
Thank you, Steve.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, thank you. Okay, so now we are zooming through our agenda and we're over to land use items. Item number 10, we will be considering a resolution approving the Woody Creek Commune 1 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 2 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 3 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 4 LLC activity envelope and site plan review, special review and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC resolution number 109-2001 as amended. And I think staff will need a moment to set up here. So what do you think? A quick 2-minute break, or are you guys ready to go?
I didn't know if you wanted to jump ahead and continue the SKICO items, or does that throw things off by?
We didn't amend the agenda to do that.
Sorry,
So
I should have thrown that out there earlier. Okay.
why don't we
But
just
yeah,
take a
maybe take a
2-minute
couple
break
minutes.
here to let staff and the applicants get ready to present. Grassroots will be back in 2 minutes, please.
2, wow. You're getting quick
I
today.
use that a lot at home. see her on Zoom. Okay, so board members and Tammy, if you and staff, if you want to join us.
I don't think I.
Somebody's got two.
Should we talk and say something? Are we doing okay?
Oh, on that one. Okay, I was
Okay.
like, I think I did all the right things. Okay.
Okay. All right, we got board members back. Greg, I know you're feeling a little wonky today, so I assume you'll be kind of in and out with us. All right, looking good. Okay, grassroots, if you can count us down, please. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on October 13th. We are on our land use portion of our agenda item number 10, where we are looking at a resolution approving Woody Creek Communes 1, 2, 3, and 4 LLC activity envelopes, site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC Resolution 109-2001 as amended. Greg, can you hear us? Okay. Just want to make sure we're doing okay. Greg, I can't hear you. Sorry, let's see. It seems like I can't hear board members on Zoom. You're okay. Greg or Steve, can you talk? And so we're not sure if we can hear you here. We still can't hear you.
Maybe is it me?
Sorry, we're sorting out some technical difficulties. Where I think those on Zoom can hear us, but we can't hear you.
I'm not sure.
Speakers are down because
No.
this may actually need to be on. Should this one be off?
No,
Suzanne, do you want to jump off and then jump back on?
Yeah, why don't I? I'll start all over and make sure I did the right things. How is that? So it's not mine, because I'm out.
So is this thing
Just mute.
or on mute matter?
I think it's the speaker laptop.
Does that help?
When too many sound systems are on, then it does that echo.
Yeah, somebody's speaker
Well, whatever, Glenn hit
in
some.
the room.
Are we better now? Yeah, it's not doing it now, so
But we can't hear them until I cut.
Oh,
Okay, Greg, can you talk so we can see if we can hear you, please?
I can sing to you.
All right,
Can
perfect.
you hear me?
Yes, we're
Okay.
good. All right, no feedback. We can hear everyone we need to. This is good. Okay, so
Can you hear me, Kelly?
yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good now. I think it's fixed.
Perfect. All right, let's start this off then. So, Suzanne, will I turn this over to you or will Tammy present today?
Tammy will present.
Okay. Hi, Tammy Cochin, joining us from Community Development to present this application. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys. Yeah, so this is a big application, so hopefully you guys all read the memo. I'll just start by saying it's complicated. It's not like your typical land use applications we review. And this is due to just its lengthy land use history in relation to what they're requesting and also to how the code reads today. So I'm going to try and clearly explain it the best I can, but just wanted to acknowledge that it may be confusing, so feel free to stop with questions. That being said, Glenn Horn and Jocelyn Wood are the applicant's planner and attorney, and they'll have a presentation after me, so they'll be able to answer some of your questions as well. All right, so the applicant for this item is comprised of 1 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 2 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 3 LLC, and Woody Creek Commune 4 LLC. And I believe Pat Scanlon is also potentially here representing them too as the owner. So in a nutshell, what is being requested, it is an activity envelope review to adjust 4 of the building envelopes approved in 2001 in order to avoid the floodplain and comply with the current land use code. They're also requesting site plan approval to construct 2 agricultural barns and 1 CDU within one of those barns in the relocated envelope 7. And then last but not least is the request for the affirmation of the entitlements granted by the BOCC in 2001, which were subsequently amended through 2005, including the confirmation that envelopes known as 5, 7, and 8 may be developed with a single family residence, use it and to utilize TDRs for those initial development rates. They also want confirmation that the total floor area approved in 2005 will continue to be allowed, and the flexibility to distribute that floor area across the various envelopes at the applicant's discretion. So let's share my screen. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Glenn, I think I need you to stop sharing. Okay, so on screen we have just a general vicinity map of where this parcel is located. It's basically 3 miles up Woody Creek Road from the intersection of Woody Creek Road and Upper River Road. The ranch itself is known as Circle R Ranch. It's zoned RS20 and contains approximately 244 acres. So in 1999, it was divided into 4 parcels. And because each of those 4 parcels contained over 35 acres, it did not constitute a subdivision within the purview of the county's review. However, for ownership and land use regulation purposes, it's treated as one parcel pursuant to this negative covenant, which I'll get into in a moment. So if we zoom in a little bit, you'll see that same parcel outlined in red, as well as those boundary lines of those 4 parcels that were subdivided in 1999. You can also see in yellow the previously approved building envelopes, as well as the applicant's proposed relocated envelopes that we're going to contemplate today. You can also see here Woody Creek, which pretty much bisects right through the middle of the property. And you'll see that the property also goes up onto each of the hillsides on either side, north and south. And so because of its size and the creek and whatnot, there's a lot of different ecosystems. There's a lot of valuable riparian habitat. There's scrub oak and aspen trees, and it's very diverse, what I'm trying to get at. So this property, as I mentioned, has a really lengthy land use history. So I'm going to try and distill it down to just what applies to the application today. It was originally known as the Natal Ranch. It was named for the longtime owners, the Natal family, who ranched the property up until selling it in 1997. And as I mentioned, in 1999, it was divided into the 4 parcels shown on the screen. The BOCC then approved 4 building envelopes in each of those 4 parcels. They also granted a GMQS exemption for an additional single-family residence on parcel 1 for a ranch manager's home. And the designation and restoration of the historic Natal residence. Also, and at that time, a GMQS exemption was granted to replace 1 legally established dwelling unit with 1 residence up to 15,000 square feet in parcel 2. They also granted a GMQS exemption to designate parcels 3 and 4 as TDR receiver sites, each with a maximum floor area of 7,500 square feet and an allowance to construct CDUs on parcels 3 and 4. And with that approval, the owner agreed to record a deed restriction and a covenant prohibiting further subdivision. So then we move to 2001, and this is where we get this important resolution that the board approved, and it was resolution number 109, 2001. And with that approval, they granted 11 building envelopes, each to contain a single family residence. So basically, in addition to the 4 envelopes approved in 1999, the BOCC approved a GMQS exemption for building envelopes 5 through 10, and for them to be TDR receiver sites for initial development rights for those new dwelling units. They also, within that resolution, approved floor area very specific for each of those building envelopes. So this approval was conditioned upon reconfiguring the parcel into one parcel and prohibiting the subdivision of the property through recording a negative covenant. It was also conditioned that the property not be used for any short-term rentals or other commercial uses. And then very soon after that, the BOCC approved Resolution 144, 2001, which basically was interpreting the previous resolution, finding that that negative covenant that was recorded had satisfied the intent of condition number 3 in that resolution. What's notable in these approvals is that the BOCC allowed the property to maintain its prior division of the property into basically 4 parcels for real estate tax purposes. But for the purposes of land use regulation, it was to be considered one parcel of land and was not to be made into a common interest community. All right, so next, a series of minor amendments were approved. They included the approval of more envelopes, basically to accommodate staging and bridges, utilities, hydroelectric plant access, septic systems, and a notable 150,000 gallon tank for fire suppression. Okay, and then in 2005, the BOCC approved the use of 2 TDRs with a total of 5,000 square feet in order to increase the floor area in envelopes 1, 6, and 7. Building envelope 1 was approved to develop up to 5,850 square feet to accommodate a garage. And building envelope 6 was approved to develop 3,650 square feet in order to retain the existing cabin. And then building envelope 7 was approved to develop 7,000 square feet. And then I'll also note that in 2005, there was a lot line adjustment between the Circle R Ranch and the Flying Dog Ranch, basically making the property lines between the 2 ranches the center line of Woody Creek Road, and they also dedicated some land to the county for a 60-foot right-of-way. Okay, and so then we jumped to 2011, and the owner at that time submitted an application to extend the vested rights, which were set to expire less than a week later. The application was scheduled to be heard by the BOCC September 28th, 2011. However, that owner at the time became preoccupied with some other issues, and the request was never considered. And so in 2017, that file was closed due to inactivity. So now we move to 2018, when the property was purchased by Rosemary Circle, and they were the ones who submitted the original version of this application that you're hearing today. For a number of reasons, including probably COVID, this application was continued numerous times. I'm sure the board remembers seeing it on their agenda. And then this property was sold this past April to the current owners, and they've since modified the application request by basically requesting site plan review approval to construct the 2 agriculture barns and CDU I mentioned. And they're also eliminating the original request, which was to convert the agricultural structure in envelope 2 into floor area. So they've abandoned that request. So today, just to go over the existing conditions or improvements on the ranch. So you'll see on the screen, I've basically got a list of what's there on the property today. And it's basically 6 single-family residences in envelopes 1, 4, 6, 9, and 10. And a renovated historic residence in building envelope 11. There's also 5 pre-existing accessory structures and cabins. And then, as I mentioned, there's a lot of utility development and agricultural structures and irrigation structures. So really, I guess I'll emphasize that they do have the utilities all installed to support those previously approved 11 building envelopes. All right, so now shown on screen is a chart of the floor area that was permitted in 2005 based on that sequence of land use approvals I just went over. And I'll point out that since 2005, no additional county approvals have been obtained. And again, that vested property rights did expire in 2011. So before, I guess, we dig into the code, I'm just going to show you quickly the context of, the site context of what the applicant is requesting. So on screen, we have basically what was approved in 2005 in regards to the envelopes. You see there's a lot of envelopes. I think the light pink is the bowling envelopes. We've got bridge envelopes. So a lot of envelopes, and this is just the western side of the property. So this is the eastern side of the property with envelopes 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then today, apologize, it's such a big property, it's hard to see everything, but basically this map is showing you the existing envelopes with that blue hatched line. And then these red areas are the reconfigured proposed envelopes that we're considering today. So I guess to simply put, they've reconfigured those envelopes to pull them back from the floodplain and the 100-foot setback from Woody Creek Road, because those areas would not be permitted to be developed per our land use code today. And they also relocated envelope 5 here to the far, I guess, eastern side of the property. Let's see, you guys have seen that. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, not envelope 5, I'm sorry, envelope 7. Okay. Let's see, moving on. So.
Sorry, Tammy.
Yep.
So just want to make sure I understand, the pink are the proposed envelopes, or are they the former, and the blue are which one is which? Sorry, you have to describe that again. I thought I knew.
Yeah, the blue is the original envelope, and then the pink is the proposed envelope. So.
Okay, and you mentioned 100-foot setbacks from the road, which isn't apparent here.
Yeah, no, actually the 100-foot setback that's important to note is from Woody Creek, which is.
Right, that's the one I know about. I wasn't sure about the 100-foot setback from the road, wondering if that was part of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just showing you what the applicant is proposing for that envelope 7. Again, it's 2 agricultural barns. Barn number 2 would contain a CDU, which the applicant states would house 1 or more ranch employees. So that 100 square feet for the CDU would count as residential floor area, whereas the agricultural floor area surrounding it would be exempt agricultural square footage. I believe that square footage for barn 2 is 3,410 square feet, and the floor area for barn 2 is approximately 2,000 square feet. Okay, so I guess, yeah, right before we move on, just wanted to check and see if the board had any questions about these envelopes or site plan.
Okay, questions for Tammy? Steve? then Greg?
Tammy, on the barn envelopes, and I think with this size of acreage, that they would be allowed to build these size of barns by right without any, we can't determine, say they're too big or whatever they are. They have unlimited square footage, as I understand, and can they build two of them on any place on the property, or would they be limited to building them on next to the houses, or what? Could you explain the rules in terms of barns?
Sure. So I guess I'll back up and just again point out that in envelope 2, there's already an agricultural barn. So they do have one barn already. These are the next 2 barns that they're proposing, and you're correct that given the size of a parcel, they are allowed unlimited agricultural floor area that's exempt. Now, that being said, it can't just happen anywhere. It does have to happen in an envelope, which in the envelope needs to avoid, the constraints outlined in our land use code.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. Greg, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Just if you could, Tammy, also just describe the way the CDUs are delineated from the barn themselves. Just so for the sake of public perception of it, it's not a CDU that it could expand into the barn. It's a pretty simple question, but I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, and I know, so I'm saving a little bit for Glenn to present the details. So I think he has the floor area or the floor plan, but it was in the application, and basically they're putting that CDU on the 2nd floor of that barn. And from the outside, it really does just look like a barn. But it's really just in our records of the ComDev records of how we're going to calculate the floor area is right. That CDU would be, potentially 1,000 square feet. And we would make it very clear. The remaining barn area would be deed restricted. Well, agriculturally deed restricted. The CDU would also be deed restricted.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Patty?
Yeah, I just want to clarify too, the uses of the agricultural barns are very specific. I know we had some just recent comments that came from Woody Creek Caucus about party venues, and we've had these issues come up with other barns before, that you build a barn and then it becomes a party venue. So I want to make sure that it's very specific, restricted use of the barns to agricultural uses, whether it be storing of agricultural equipment or storing of other issues, cattle, livestock, those kind of things. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear, correct?
Patty's looking at me, and yes, we require the covenant to be put on the property.
Okay.
So that would be a condition of the approval.
Okay. I just want to reassure the neighborhood.
Covenants the ag buildings, as
Yeah.
she said, versus the CDU would have its own deed restriction.
Right, just
but
so
yeah,
that the
ag
neighborhood
buildings.
knows that it's very clear parameters for the uses of those structures. Thank you. Thanks.
Right, and I'm going to touch more on that as we go along too.
Okay, thanks, Tammy.
So Tammy, I just have a real basic question. The initial map that you pulled up, are the unnumbered envelopes related to the accessory uses and the utility improvements?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of a confusing map, because yes, some of those envelopes were accessory structure cabin envelopes, and some of them were where the old envelope that they're abandoning, that they've relocated it, and it just wasn't numbered because let's see if I can go back and explain that very well. Sorry. Hold on.
It's okay. I think that was all I needed, was just that confirmation. I'm looking
Yeah.
at that right.
Can
Okay.
Patty?
Yeah, I want to add to that. Do they still have the structure was historic, and they used it as a general store, but for the family compound? It wasn't a general store for somebody to swing by and drop in and get toilet paper. It was for stocking of supplies for use by the family, so they didn't have to come and go off the traffic and increase traffic flow on Woody Creek or Laredo.
Yeah, you're correct, Patty, and Glenn can probably speak more to that, but yes, I believe it's somewhere here in this envelope 3.
Yeah,
some of
it's
those-
when-
Down at the bottom.
Just so Glenn, just so when you get to that, you can clarify that.
Yeah, and I guess I'll mention that this originally, the concept for this and why the board approved it was the applicant at that time really sold it as it was a family compound where, you know, the extended family would come and they needed this, you know, I guess not general store, but a place where they could all come and get amenities. So yes, it's still, my understanding is still being used as that, Glenn. So that wouldn't go away.
It's not gonna be a store, it's just gonna be an accessory structure.
Right, it was to help mitigate traffic flow, so people didn't have to keep coming and going from the property to run down to the supermarket to get a roll of toilet paper or paper towels or toothpaste. They had stuff stored in that structure, which at that time, when we reviewed it then, made great sense.
Yeah, it's a storage building on the
Okay.
property, essentially.
They called it a family supermarket.
Steve?
At some point, and maybe Glenn would be the one to do this in his presentation, I'd like to walk, in lieu of a site visit, walk through every one of the building envelopes and say what is on there. The only time I was on that property was when I was a kid and I went to Stanley Nadel's house. And I think that's on the lot 11, but just to try to really stay oriented, if Glenn, when you do your presentation, if you could walk us through every one of the building envelopes and the ones that are being moved and which ones have houses on them now and the square footages and all that, because it is very complicated looking at it on a flat map without being there in person looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right,
Yeah.
Tammy, let's keep going.
Okay, and so, oh, go ahead. Okay, so, you know, and part of the reason I'm kind of jumping through that pretty quickly is because basically I think it's important to review this application in 2 parts. And the first part being kind of the bulk of what the board needs to decide. The second part, you know, we can get into the sticks of these envelopes. But really, the first part would be for the board to confirm the entitlements granted by BOCC Resolution 109/2001, and decide if envelopes 5, 7, and 8 may even be developed with a single family residence and whether they have the right to use TDRs for that initial development right. So basically, you know, the results of the board's decision on that matter will, you know, determine whether we should contemplate the new activity envelopes in the site plan for the ag structures in CDU. So, oh, and you know, I don't want to forget to mention that the applicant is also requesting the flexibility to redistribute the previously approved floor area between those envelopes too. So that's out there. So I'm just going to jump right in with that first part of the application. So again, in 2001, the board approved that resolution 109/2001, approving the use of TDRs to develop new dwellings in envelopes 5 through 10. Envelopes 6, 9, and 10 were subsequently developed with single family residents. And since envelopes 1 through 4 were already developed, that basically is leaving envelopes 5, 7, and 8, which were never developed. And again, their vested property rights expired in 2011. So prior to the adoption of the 2006 code, TDRs were permitted to be used for an initial development right to develop new dwellings located outside of the UGB. But in 2006, the code changed, and pursuant to section 63050, a new dwelling unit located outside of the UGB is not exempt from growth management through the use of TDRs. So this question of vested rights and how it relates to TDRs has been discussed numerous times since the adoption of the 2006 code. So in response, staff in 2010 wrote a memo to the board providing clarification on this issue. And basically that memo said and specified or pointed out that in table 2-1 of the land use code, that the use of a TDR to create a development right does not lapse. And based on that provision, property can still utilize a TDR for new development in the rural area after a vested right had expired. If we were determined that the owner could no longer use a TDR for development right after the vested rights expired, then we are effectively lapsing the approval when the code states that a TDR approval doesn't lapse. So if they're okay determining that a property can still utilize a TDR for a new development right in the rural area after vested rights expire, then we need to next determine whether the TDR should be valued at 5,750 square feet of floor area, as was allowed in the pre-2006 code, or at the 2,500 square feet of floor area, as allowed in today's code. So the 2010 memo also talks about that issue, and basically reasoned that if the right to utilize a TDR doesn't lapse, then the fairness also dictates that the value of a TDR should not lapse. Additionally, the county has relied upon that effort to maintain the balance of the TDR program and the supply and demand of TDRs. So basically, it's been the policy that a TDR for an initial development right pre-2006 approvals continue to be valued at 5,700 square feet of floor area. So to be consistent with that policy, staff is supporting the applicant's request to affirm the use of TDRs for the initial development right for the 3 new units in the building envelopes 5, 7, and 8. All right, so it gets more complicated. So when we try and apply this policy to this property, it gets even more complicated because this property is supposed to be considered one parcel for that negative covenant. But then we have the issue that it's been previously approved to have 11 building envelopes. So basically right now in the code states in section 41020 that only one principal use either by right or special review be permitted on a lot or parcel, meaning this parcel should only have one single family residence. So in 1999, the parcel was zoned RS20, which is the same zoning that we have today. And that means that that zone district would allow for 20-acre lots, or in this case on this property, a total of 12 lots. So in 1999, the BOCC recognized that this had subdivision potential and permitted the 11 building envelopes based on the findings, very specific findings, which are shown on the screen here. You guys see that okay? So, staff believes that when these findings were made and the approval of the 11 building envelopes was granted, it was granted based on a really heavy reliance that the parcel would be used for low density, single family residential development, which really sought to preserve that agricultural operations, to maintain a mountain rural lifestyle and to locate development outside of wildlife habitat areas. So finding D really captures that. And because of those findings, the BOCC conditioned condition number 3 in the resolution, and that basically said the applicant shall record documents restricting the property against any further subdivision or condominiumization, and the applicant should also agree not to use the proposed residences for short-term rental or any commercial use. So the applicant did subsequently record that negative covenant prohibiting further condominiumization, and they obviously based on the reliance of the ability to develop those 11 building envelopes. So Staff today believes that the findings made in 2001 are still accurate based on today's code. Staff further believes that the 11 building envelopes with the previously approved floor area continues to be more appropriate than the alternative development options. And so therefore staff is recommending that the board reaffirm the restrictions within the negative covenant and resolution number 109, 2001, including the restriction against further subdivision or condominiumization. Additionally, staff is recommending that the board affirm the applicant's ability to utilize TDRs to develop up to the previously permitted maximum of 37,350 square feet of floor area. That floor area was previously split uniquely between each of those envelopes. And like I mentioned before, the applicant's requesting the ability to redistribute some of that floor area in the future, subject to county review, but also at the applicant's discretion. Staff isn't opposed to that request, but they'd like to make the condition that no one envelope be allowed to develop over the current GMQS cap of 5750. And the development of the remaining 16,200 square feet on the property would require the use of TDRs. So basically the initial development rights in envelopes 5, 7, and 8 could be obtained with one TDR valued at 5750, whereas the remaining floor area after that would need TDRs valued at 2,500 square feet. So I'll show on screen kind of a chart of what that means. And so changes from that original permitted floor area in 2001 are shown in red. It's a little bit confusing because this isn't to say that each envelope would be allowed to develop 5,750 square feet. It's just that they could potentially distribute it, so each one could develop that. But I think in the memo I had calculated it out, and if each one were to develop equally, I think it was 3,000 something square feet that each envelope would be allowed to develop up to, if that makes sense. I should also note that if the board is going to move in this direction of approving this floor area, there is an error in, I think it's recital 15 and condition number 6 in the resolution, which have incorrect values for the TDRs. So we can discuss that later, but just wanted to point that out now. It's also staff's recommendation that the board reaffirm condition number 3 from BOCC resolution 109, basically prohibiting the use of any of the residences to be used for short-term rentals or commercial uses. The applicant states that they're not opposed to prohibiting short-term rentals, but they did request that we define it to be tenancies of less than 30 days. And staff is okay with that request just because recently the BOCC has applied that definition to similar properties such as Aspen Valley Ranch. So they're okay applying it here as well. The applicant, however, is not in favor of prohibiting commercial uses. They state that they'd like to have the option to hold up to 3 special events per year, just like many other properties in the county, pursuant to a special event permit. However, it's staff's position that if we're truly relying on the findings made in 2001, which is a reliance on a commitment to preserve that rural residential character and agricultural values, then it would be appropriate to rely on the associated condition prohibiting the use of the residences for commercial use. Furthermore, in section 43050, which provides standards for permitting special events, it states that a special event shall be consistent with the applicable master plan. So in this case, the applicable master plan in this area is the 2016 Woody Creek Master Plan. And I provided excerpts in the memo of what that master plan says regarding commercial uses and special events. But it's pretty strongly worded that they're opposed to any new commercial uses, as well as using residential properties for special events. And that's coming from, you know, seeing a huge uptick in those special events on residential properties in the area. So I think at this point, I'd like to stop and give the board the option to discuss this really significant part of the application. And in the chance that the board decides that it's not appropriate to consider the activity envelope and site plan part of this application, we should probably just stop here. And I know that I discussed this with Glenn, and he's willing to present what he has on this portion of the application if the board wants to hear from him at this point. Or alternatively, I can continue with the activity envelope and site plan portion of the application. So I'm getting a gauge of where the board wants to go with this discussion at this point.
All right, so we need to answer some foundational questions before we can answer the minor, well, I wouldn't call them minor, but next level questions. So I support Tammy's proposed direction of our conversation where we tackle this foundational question first, and then she can come back to present the activity envelope and site plan review. How does the rest of the board feel about that? Does that work? Steve?
Well, I don't know that it does work. In a land use application, we need to hear staff presentation, we need to hear the applicant's presentation, we need to hear the public hearing before we start making decisions. And I think that we should follow that procedure. Then when we do the discussion, now, we can discuss the part A first when we do the, make a decision on that when we are making a decision, but I don't feel comfortable deciding stuff before we do the public hearing and hearing Glenn's presentation.
Sure, I wasn't proposing that, but I appreciate the clarification, Steve. Okay, so is it helpful then to hear Glenn's presentation of the first question and then have Tammy go back to site plan, or would you like to hear Tammy's site plan review?
Let's hear Glenn.
I'd be okay with hearing Glenn's presentation on the first part.
Okay. All right. Let's go. I know I'm collecting some questions, so I'm sure others are. Let's go ahead and hear from Glenn, and then we'll start getting some questions on the board about this first item at hand. Hi, Glenn.
Hi.
I don't think I had the chance to welcome you, or did welcome you.
Hi,
So
Glenn.
nice to see
Nice
you.
to be here.
This is a Glenn day today.
Yeah.
I think it's only the second time I've been here in about a year and a half. Nice. So I need to share this.
Tammy will need to.
Okay, share this one. Correct.
No, you don't want to.
Stop.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Thank you. Well, I'll try to do a brief introduction and then focus on these key policy questions about the TDRs, multiple single-family uses on one property. And I'll introduce myself. My name is Glenn Horn, and I'm here with Jocelyn Wood, who's one of the panelists. She's the attorney for Woody Creek Commune 1, 2, 3, and 4, the owner and the applicant. The LLCs are controlled by Pat Scanlon, a local Woody Creek family that has lived in the valley for many years. They've only owned the ranch for a short time, but it's their intent to use this property for agricultural purposes and to improve and increase the agricultural operation that's on the site. That's really their primary goal for acquiring it. As Tammy and Steve said, this is the old Nadel family ranch. It was Stanley Nadel's ranch for years. It used to be known as the 2 Mile Ranch because it stretches 2 miles along Woody Creek. The Wileys renamed it the Circle R Ranch. It's Pat Scanlon's intent to rename it. It has been renamed back to the 2 Mile Ranch. As Tammy said, the property split by Woody Creek Road and Woody Creek itself. The north side of Woody Creek Road is predominantly very steep hillsides where the slopes are over 30% and 45%, and it's really not developable on that side. As Tammy said, the south side of the road is quite diverse in that it's got agricultural lands, irrigated fields. There's also very dense vegetation along the creek in the middle of the parcel. And there's a envelope right here. Let's see if I can blow this up. That was created. This one right here, which is envelope 5. And that envelope is really hard to access. And part of the plan is to relocate that envelope to the far upper end of the property so we don't have to put a new bridge in and disturb that area. That's one of the site planning issues that we'll discuss when we get to the site plan itself. Most of the site planning issues are really cleanup issues to get the undeveloped envelopes to comply with the 100-foot stream setback. That's the main concern from a site planning standpoint. Also replacing on envelope 7, which is this envelope here, would be to replace the approved house with 2 barns, consistent with what the applicant wants to do from an agricultural standpoint. The entire ranch is zoned RS20. It was entitled under zoning to significantly more development than what the Wiley family sought on the property, and that was part of the bargain that was struck between the Wiley family and the county, in that it was going to be a family compound. There would be significantly less development on the property, and in return for that, the family agreed that they would impose and encumber the property with the negative covenant. And the negative covenant basically just said there would not be condominiumization or further subdivision of the property. The county staff has asked that the owners reaffirm that negative covenant as part of this review, and the applicant's willing to do that. So you get to the key issues. Just as a matter of background, this chart, which I included in the application and Tammy's been working with, is helpful in that you can see the development that was approved in the left-hand column, permitted floor area on each envelope, and it shows what's been developed in the center column. And you can compare, in terms of what the approval was, the number of square feet of floor area in this column right here. And then you looked at the next column to see what's occurred. And what stands out is activity envelope 5 was approved for 2,500 square feet, and nothing's been built there on 5. And that's the envelope that I said that's in the middle of the property, and we think it would be very disruptive and highly impactful on the riparian areas to develop that lot. And we've proposed that it be relocated to the far end, upper end of the property where it can be more easily developed. Number 7 was approved for 7,000 square feet. Nothing's been developed. That's the envelope we're proposing to replace it with 2 barns. However, the applicant wants to maintain the option that should those barns ever be demolished, that they would have the capability of developing the 7,000 square feet of residential floor area. Activity envelope 8 is undeveloped. It's approved for 3,500 square feet of floor area. And nothing, as I said, nothing's been developed there. And if you look at the bottom of the table, you can see the permitted floor area is 37,350 square feet of residential floor area on 244 acres, which is fairly modest given the size of homes in rural Pitkin County, and 21,150 square feet have been developed so far. So you get a sense of the amount of development that exists there in relationship to what we typically see on properties in Pitkin County and the rural areas. It's really a pretty modest residential development pattern. The idea is that the existing homes would be used by family members, part of the Scanlon family. In looking at the key issues, Tammy's really touched upon them. The site planning issues we can get to are predominantly cleanup items. The use of the TDRs for initial development rights. In your packet, there's the memorandum that Suzanne prepared about 10 years ago that talks about what the common procedure is for initial development rights in Pitkin County that were for developments that were approved that were to utilize TDRs. And the common practice is that the first TDR gets you 5,750 square feet of development. So that's the key issue. The first key issue in this application is reaffirming what has been the common practice for the past 10 years. There are about, I think it's about 20 developments in the county or projects that were approved that use TDRs for initial development rights in the rural area. And the issue is that by the 2006 code, you can't do that anymore. But since the TDRs don't lapse, it's the staff's position, and we concur, that out of fairness, you should say that the projects that have made substantial improvements, such as this one, with a water system, a road system, put in electrical improvements, that they honor the original bargain that was struck in terms of permitting each TDR to be entitled to be developed to be used for 5,750 square foot of development as the initial development right only on these activity envelopes. And that subsequent, if you were ever to go over that, a TDR would be valued at $2,500 as they are valued today. So that's the key issue. We support the staff's recommendation and ask you to affirm that. And once again, what was done by the applicant in return for that approval was to impose the negative covenant, which prohibits subdivision or condominiumization of these parcels. And the current applicant's willing to reaffirm that negative covenant as recommended by the staff. Another issue here, which is item 4, is the topic of having multiple single-family dwelling units on one parcel. The current code says you can only have one primary use or one single-family house in the county on one parcel. And that really is inconsistent and not consistent at all with what the approval was on the Circle R Ranch for the Wiley family. And it was a deal that was struck that there would be no subdivision in return for having multiple primary uses on this property back in 2001. And based upon the investment made by the Wiley family and on the property and putting in the capital improvements are required for multiple single-family houses and the imposition of the negative covenant, we would ask that the Board of County Commissioners honor that original approval which permitted multiple single-family houses on one property. The conservation easement, the county has asked, there was no conservation easement placed on this property back in the prior reviews by the Wiley family. And the county staff has asked, based upon the information that we presented, that the applicant consider placing a conservation easement on the property. We proposed this conservation easement. This was the original proposal by the prior owners, the owners who owned it before the Scanlon family, but after the Wiley family. There was an intervening owner that subsequently sold the property this summer. So we submitted the application based upon the direction from the prior owner, which the Scanlon family inherited. So here you see we proposed this conservation easement on the lands on the north side of the property. And the county staff came back and said, well, you know, those lands can't be developed because they're really too steep. The typical response to a comment like that is, well, you know, the county codes could change and maybe there could be development on that side of the property someday, so the conservation easement has value. But the staff came back and said, we'd like to see something more aggressive in terms of conserving lands, and proposed this conservation easement, which would be the land on the north side of the property here, and in addition, taking these lands on the west side of the property, which encompass the most important wildlife habitat. This area here where the cursor is, that's below Starwood and Star Mesa. There's the ditch running through the property here. I believe that's a salvation ditch. And you have irrigated pastures here and irrigated pastures on the north side of the creek. So the staff came back and asked us to consider that. We spoke with the applicant about it, and we came back with another proposal, which would be to encompass the land shown here with a conservation easement, which would be the most critical wildlife habitat on the south end of the property, and the land in the creek bottom between the road and the creek, but maintaining this irrigated pasture outside of the conservation easement as a compromise with the proposal submitted by the county staff. So that is part of the applicant's proposal for the conservation easement. The applicant is concerned about a long-term prohibition for commercial uses on the property, and a prohibition against any short-term use of the property. There is no intent to have commercial uses on the property or to have short-term uses. However, the applicant's position is they would not, at this time, they're really not prepared to preclude those uses in the future permanently, and would ask that there would be some relief from the recommendation to prohibit commercial uses and short-term uses on the property. I think that touches upon the key issues that Tammy raised, and Tammy did a pretty good job of summarizing all this material, because it is pretty complicated. I would like to see if Jocelyn has anything to add to the comments that I've made before we give up the floor back to the board for you to consider comments from the public and these issues.
I do. Thank you, Glenn. Jocelyn Wood on behalf of the Woody Creek Commune, communes 1 through 4. As you probably know, the Scanlon family is a very agricultural and conservation-oriented family. They've conserved other areas of property, and they own quite a few hundreds of acres in the Roaring Fork Valley. So I want to go to what I believe are the two critical issues here, and those are the short-term rental issue and the commercial use issue. And just to clarify, I believe what the Woody Creek Caucus objects to primarily in their master plan regarding events and commercial uses is using residential and agricultural structures for special events. And I have spoken with the Scanlon family and explained this to them at great length, and that is not their intention. And in fact, if you recall Tammy's initial presentation, she said that they have abandoned the request that the barn on parcel 1, I believe it is, and it's in envelope 2. The intervening owner, as I will call him, was intending to convert that agricultural space to residential space by creating a commercial kitchen and for potentially a party barn, if you will. And the Scanlons have no interest in doing that and have abandoned that aspect of the prior owner's application. They are much more agriculturally oriented and, however, precluding all commercial uses of the property from now until, 50 years from now, let's say. It might be short-sighted in view of the fact that they've only owned the property 6 months. They intend for it to be a compound, a family compound, and the types of commercial uses, and I spoke with them at length about this, that they could envision seeking at some point in time might include guiding, fishing guide services and the like. So I think they would be amenable to limiting the commercial uses to, or limiting special events, if you will, on the property. But to just lump in all commercial uses when that's not really a defined term in the Pickens County Code, I think might be something they would prefer not to do at this time. However, if you wanted to modify, or if the Board of County Commissioners is willing to modify the commercial use aspect of the property to basically state that having special events, not special events by the owners or tenants on the property, but special events for unrelated third parties who were not on site, that would, they'd be fine with that. They just didn't want to preclude potentially having a hunting or guiding service or some such thing in the future, which, that they have no intention of doing that now, but they certainly wouldn't want to preclude that going forward for the next generation of Scanlons. On the short-term rentals, I feel like the resolution 144 that was enacted after 109/2001 essentially stated that the negative covenant that was encumbering the property satisfied the conditions of condition number 3, which included that short-term rental and commercial use provision. That was never incorporated into the negative covenant, and it's my understanding that staff does not wish to expand the negative covenant based on the fact that that's not the preferable way to impose land use restrictions. In any event, I welcome questions on any of those aspects. They're happy to impose the conservation easement as shown, and the rest of what you see there that was requested by staff is in the form of irrigated pasture and meadow and will be and will continue to be used for agricultural purposes. Any questions on that or those aspects?
All right, let's open up the floor to board members for questions. Glenn, I think it would be helpful if you put that list of the 7 items up. Again, we will have, so as far as process, let's take question now from board members on these topics here. Then we'll go to Tammy to hear a presentation about the activity envelopes. We'll have Glenn provide any additional information about the activity envelopes. We'll ask questions on those topics, and then I'll go to the public hearing, and we'll come back to the board for discussion. So that'll probably cover the next 2 hours. So with that, with these items, let's go ahead and get questions and any clarification that BOCC members need on these topics. Patty?
Yeah,
And then Greg?
I don't really have a problem, most site planning issues, we haven't gotten there yet, but with the TDR and the value of TDR, I'm pretty comfortable with 2 and 3, and with 4, because we went over that ad nauseum when we did the original approvals. But, and I can reaffirm the covenant, the negative covenant prohibiting the subdivision and condominiumization. As far as the conservation easement, I just have to question why they wouldn't be comfortable including the irrigated historic pasture lands. Having toured that site, there are definite wildlife habitat issues, which I appreciate the conservation easements in those areas. I just am a little concerned as why they would not want to extend it. If their plan is to continue that as agriculture, let's conserve it for agricultural purposes, because we could put that in the conservation easement when we create it. And that would still then, Glenn, include the ones on the hillside, which, as we know, there's no development over there because of slope issues, but the land use code could change. So I appreciate that being under conservation easement, but I would like a little more information as to why they would not want to include the irrigated historic pasture. I think that's critical because that's where your development could occur, and I want to make sure that we can, protect that. That's one question. The other question is the prohibition of commercial land uses. From what Jocelyn just said, there's a very different use from a party venue of 3 events, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. They'd have to go through a special event permit rather than, and not allowing them to become a special event venue, totally different ballgame, but allowing them the 3 special events, going through the special event permitting process for each of those events. That to me is very different than having a outfitting commercial use or fly fishing guide use. You could have that as your special event where you have everybody come up and they all go fishing, but that's very different. I don't want to open this property up for commercial uses for outfitting or fly fishing guide tours unless they're one of those 3 special events permitting, not an ongoing commercial use on that property. I think that's what's going to be disruptive to that neighborhood up there, is that would become a definite commercial use on that property. So that's where I technically stand in questions of what Jocelyn was saying, is that it kind of got confused between the outfitting and fly fishing and the party for a special event. That to me are 2 different things. So we can clarify the conservation easement and the definition of commercial land use.
Thanks, Patty. Glenn or Jocelyn, who would like to take that?
As far as the conservation easement on the north side of the road, I don't think there's an objection to including that in. I'd like to check that with the Scanlon family to verify that, but I don't think there's any intent for that land to be developed at any time. It's not possible under the rules, but I'd like to check and make sure that that would be something that they're amenable to.
Bringing that all in under the conservation.
Yeah, along with what we proposed as a compromise.
Right, I would appreciate that. And then the other one is the commercials. I don't know if you want to handle that, or Jocelyn to clarify that.
Well, as far as the portion of the irrigated lands that wasn't included in the conservation easement, the concern was that there might be, at some point in the future, a need for an agricultural building or something there. We don't know. We think that that the buildings proposed on building envelope 7 will serve the property. But one of the things we've said is that it may be that they don't develop those buildings there, and they might want to go back to the idea of having a residence there. And if that was the case, then they might want to put one or both of those agricultural buildings on the edge of the conservation easement area, which would be in those irrigated lands on the south side of the creek. So that's the thinking. We're just trying to maintain the flexibility. And as Jocelyn said, these owners have only own the property for 6 months. So we would like to maintain some flexibility. Conservation easements are very permanent, but activity envelopes can be moved. Jocelyn, do you have anything to add on that?
Wait, Jocelyn, before you go, but could not a provision in the conservation easement include in the future, come back for special review to move an agricultural related building into the agricultural conservation easement? So you could cover that there rather than just leaving it wide open. Because if you're saying you could, land use code might change on slopes, well, the land use code could change over there in those irrigated pastures. And I'd like to really protect that more than the slope, actually. It's difficult to build up there, but not too hard to build in an irrigated pasture that's pretty flat.
Well, that would be something, we can run by
I
the
appreciate
family and when we're reconsidering like the steeper slopes as well.
Right. Thank you.
Can I just
I
add?
definitely think it's open for consideration. There isn't the intention at this point in time to develop those irrigated, pastures in any way, shape, or form. However, the conservation easement, if it was to be included, all or part of those pastures were to be included, we would like the ability to carve out agricultural uses and the like from the easement.
Okay, which could be done when you're creating the conservation easement, because we know those are very lengthy, take a lot of time, and they are very detailed, so I would appreciate
And I think
that.
it depends on who holds that easement as well. Is that something the county would hold?
That can be vetted out during the process. Sometimes we hold it in conjunction with, say, Aspen Valley Land Trust or different. So that's something that could be vetted out during the conservation easement writing of the language.
Let me go to Suzanne, and then we'll.
I just wanted to add, since I'm looking at the map, just to point out that the Flying Dog Ranch property that's directly west of the parcel we're talking about does have an easement, a conservation easement on it, and protects it. So I think what's nice about being able to put an easement over the entire, rather than leaving a portion in the middle, is it connects directly to this conservation easement to the west. So again, I think when you start to look at the map and put the parcels under easement together, you start to see how the benefit of having a swath of area under easement and the benefit that can provide to wildlife and what moving through. So I just thought that was helpful
Thanks
to
for
point
that
out.
additional info. Greg, you're up.
Wait, clarification on the commercial use.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jocelyn, I was a little confused about the 3 events, special events, which would be like a fundraiser or a party, but under special event review permit. And then bringing that into the outfitting or fly fishing guide services, those are 2 different things to me.
Well, I think what concerns us is that a commercial use is not specifically defined in the code as far as what that constitutes. And so, we were just trying to be farsighted, if you will, and take into account uses that might be in high demand 25 or 30 years from now that we might not be thinking of today. If you wanted to specifically state that this could not be an event venue with commercial events occurring, more than 3 times a year, that's also something the applicant would consider.
Okay, Laura has some additional input.
Yeah, just to clarify, there are a few definitions in the land use code that might be relevant to what we're discussing here. One is commercial agriculture, which means any activity occurring on a property or the use of a property, including farming or ranching conducted for profit, which would cause the property to be classified as agricultural lands pursuant to the state statute. There's also a definition, commercial development, which mean and shall include, but shall not be limited to, the expansion of existing or the construction of new office, retail, wholesale, warehouse, manufacturing, commercial recreation, restaurant, bar, and service commercial operations. So you might look to some of those definitions as you continue the conversation.
Right.
And actually, I'll add another one. there's an outdoor recreation other, which includes temporary continuing outdoor recreation activity, including but not limited to outfitting and guide services. So I think that's what you're, Jocelyn specifically is talking about as permitting or allowing the possibility.
Right.
Of a recreational use.
So there is a definition in the land use code that we could tie that to.
I, at this point, cannot support an ongoing commercial recreational use. If you wanted to include it in a one-time event, you were having a fundraiser and you're gonna have fly fishing guides, very different than having an ongoing, continuing commercial use as for a seasonal. We don't give special event permits for seasonal use like that. We give them for a special event, right? I mean, like you're planning a party, you have parking and restrooms and water and fire and all that. So that's very different. I can allow, in my mind right now, 3 events on the property, not a special event venue where they can have pretty much unlimited. 3 special events, each one getting their own special event permit, because the issues would be different in each of the 3, most likely.
All right, let's,
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
I want to sort of get questions here out, because I think we need some clarifications, and we have more presentation to hear. And we can get into discussion more after the public hearing. So let's go to Greg. I'm not sure if you've had your questions clarified or if you have others. Go ahead.
I just want to say Patty covered a lot of it for me. Thank you, Patty, for organizing my thoughts.
Anytime, Greg.
I would love to ask about the possibility of conservation easement on those other ag properties. It seems that seems to be the way that we have people who really are. I've heard you say that this 11 units here are going to be a family compound, and I've heard that it's primarily agricultural. And so, what about approaching, AVLT or another that could take that conservation easement and perhaps get the owner a tax break of some sort, which they might want, in some creative way of preserving and conserving this land. I think that's the ambition that we all have here. I love that it would connect to the Natal's place. And so I'm thinking also, they've only owned it for 6 months, so it seems like they don't really know what they want to do yet. They're trying to keep their options open. I understand, but is it too soon to be, trying to nail stuff down here? I'm a little worried about it. Of course, I'm still fuzzy about a lot of this, so I'm trying to learn. Regarding the commercial uses, when I think of the old days in Woody Creek or any rural area, the thought of having an occasional hoedown at somebody's ranch is, shouldn't be precluded, in my opinion. So a limited number. I think it's not where the events are, but it's that there be a limited number. So Woody Creek doesn't just have a daily huge event happening, ruining the lives of the neighbors, so to speak. So maybe that could be handled another way, and maybe it already is through just special event permits. So I did like what I heard from Patty there as well. I think I differ. Question regarding the guiding. We live in a community where river access is so important, and we lose river access. Whenever we gain some, it's a huge victory for the community where fly fishermen can actually come in and fish. And I'm wondering, would this application include access for your fisherman who comes out for an afternoon, maybe on a limited basis, limited number of people, but would it be possible for the public occasionally to have access to this stretch of Woody Creek? I don't know how much of Woody Creek is even available for public fishing. So I wasn't thinking of a huge event with 500 fishermen descending on Woody Creek, but I was thinking about access for local fishermen, occasionally with guides, by permission of the owner to come in and fish it. That would be a huge public benefit. So I kind of want to hear more about that. Thanks.
Okay, Glenn or Jocelyn, do you wish to respond now? Or
I can just quickly say that the property is surrounded on 3 sides, Greg, by either U.S. Forest Service, I think it's USFS, so it's public lands all around there, and for a distance beyond upriver from the 2 Mile Branch. I don't think what I had mentioned as far as guiding and that sort of thing, that was something that the Scanlon said, well, you know, what if our son in 25 years decides he wants to, you know, have fly fishermen come to the property. So I wasn't really thinking of that being a commercial event for the present, but just not precluding it for the future. But I guess you can always come in with a special use permit if you wanted some sort of use such as that. So I guess I'm trying to you know, work through the fact that we're not trying to prohibit or to keep the commercial land use aspect open because we want to be a special event venue. That's absolutely not what this owner is looking for.
Other questions? Francie and then Steve.
Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, Francie.
I disagree with you, Patty, on the special use permit. I live right next door to the Flying Dog West, and they have a special use permit. I think they have 10 events a year allowed or something like that. And it is absolutely not an issue at all. And I think if we want to keep ranch lands open, we can't keep prohibiting what people can do on that land, because the alternative is not good. So trying to keep ranch lands as ranch land, I think that an occasional special event is a very reasonable choice for the owners to make. And then in terms of the outfitting, you know, I think with certain parameters, that's also not going to be a problem for people. I know this property pretty darn well. I know George's property really well next door. I know it's not George's anymore, but you guys know what I mean. And I've been hunting up in there, and I can't imagine why a reasonable amount of outfitting could be a problem as well. So if we try to prohibit every income, and I know maybe these people don't need a lot of income, but their children might or their grandchildren might. If we keep trying to prohibit possibilities for income on our ranch lands, we're going to lose our ranch lands. So I would like us to be sensitive to this particular property, which I think is definitely amenable to special events that aren't going to bother anybody, and also outfitting. And it seems like they're trying really hard to put a really good plan together. So I commend that. Thank you.
I really want to hold off on discussion because we still have questions. We still have more presentation. Steve, please go ahead.
So I think a lot of the issues could be dealt with in a conservation easement that's well worded. And I would suggest another possible scenario, have the entire property be under the conservation easement with the potential uses defined and the potential benefits, like the part of the land is really beneficial for wildlife habitat. The big open meadow next to the Flying Dog Ranch is very valuable for agricultural and open space, just the vista from the road kind of use. It doesn't mean that it can't, maybe there could be a greenhouse or something. We don't know what the future of agriculture is. Maybe there will be, I'm sure there will be a lot more greenhouses or hoop houses to grow crops, and that could be allowed in the conservation easement. Different commercial uses, and I guess I have never quite understood Woody Creek's desire to not have any commercial uses, because to me, farming and ranching are commercial uses of the land.
Exactly.
It's just a value judgment on what is a good commercial use and what is not a good commercial use. And it's hard for us to define, but I could see a hunting, guiding business working very well out of this property, or doing some fly fishing ponds or something could be totally fit in with this property. So it's hard to define, what is good and what is bad commercial development. But conservation easement could define those things, set up the parameters for what types of commercial uses work for this land and for the community, and which ones don't work for it. And that's the way our ranch was set up. The conservation easement covers the entire property and allowed for 5 new houses on the property. A conservation easement doesn't preclude, building houses in certain locations that are defined by the conservation easement. So I would suggest that could be a solution to part of what our discussions are. And I know it's hard for a family who just has purchased the land to decide everything. You really need to live on land 1 or 2 years before you really understand it and know what you really maybe want to do with it down the road. Maybe for 20 years they won't know what they want to do with it entirely down the road. So it's hard to try to make all these decisions right up front. But just giving some more food for thought on possible solution here.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I'll jump in. I have some really probably basic questions actually. I guess I'm wondering, I don't understand, with regards to how the negative covenant and the former vested rights kind of play together. So let me just say what I think I understand, you guys correct me, but so the negative covenant gave approval for 11 building sites, but then the owners have to come in with have to procure a development right somehow for those building sites. It wasn't approved as part of the negative covenant. And so those development rights come through the landing of TDRs, because that's what was approved in the past. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
So the covenant didn't give the development rights. It just said you can get those, and you have to find another process,
Well,
either GMQS or TDRs, to get those
The land
development
use
rights.
approval gave the right to use the TDRs. The negative covenant was specific to, we're treating this as one parcel. You got an approval, it's allowing you to do all of these things, and that's fine. And we recognize that right now it shows up as 4 parcels in our assessor records, but we're treating it as one, and you're never gonna subdivide it. The negative covenant doesn't speak to all of the things that were granted as part of the land use approval. And maybe Laura can it would reference the land use approval, but it is not the negative covenant itself that then specifies all of the development rights that were granted through that land use approval.
Okay.
Does that, it's sort of I don't know if that's
so
a
then I
minor
guess-
point or a
yeah,
clarification.
Laura,
but-
jump in.
Yeah,
and
just
then
to
I'll ask more
clarify,
clarifying.
the negative covenant was one of the requirements of the land use approval. There are several other associated benefits and requirements that you're walking us through. But the negative covenant does not relate to the TDR sort of issue, except that the applicant is arguing that it's a bargain for exchange that this board should respect and honor.
Sure. So then with the land use approvals, what was vested that timed out, and was closed out in 2017, and what continues on in perpetuity? I'm confused about that.
Essentially, what vests under the land use code is a site-specific development plan, and an envelope is defined as a site-specific development plan. So, it always gets a little confused, because we grant an approval that includes a lot of things, and something vests out of that, but when you go back to the land use code, it's just what is defined as a site-specific development plan, which is defined in the code as what that means. So again, the use of a TDR for initial development right is not a site-specific development plan. The fact that it's being used in an envelope, that is part of that site-specific development plan. So if the envelopes, as long as they were vested and they were closer than 100 feet to Woody Creek, if we, when we changed the code, they still could have built in those envelopes as long as they were still vested. Once the vesting expired, they couldn't. We would say, no, the code has changed. That envelope's not going to work anymore. You now have to abide by the 100-foot setback off of the creek.
But they still would have had a right to put 11 envelopes somewhere.
That's kind of, where we're trying to sort out what rights do they retain at this point. It's made more difficult because the code changed and says, well, now we don't use TDRs for new development rights. So again, there's a lot of, I guess, back and forth here to sort out what those, what are those entitlements that still live on. I mean, the code says the right to use a TDR does not lapse. It didn't differentiate between in the rural area versus the urban growth boundary, and when the code changed and how that would affect it. That was not addressed at the time.
Yeah, so they have a TDR that they have a right to use. So does that mean we are required to approve a building envelope for them to use it? In this context.
Question that you guys need to answer.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the heart of the question, right? The board has discretion in how it interprets its own code, and that's the question sitting before you guys, right? How are you going to interpret your code? Do you think that it's read harmoniously the way that Suzanne has set it out for you, in that it would be hard to understand how that development could not occur if a TDR continues to exist past a change in the code? So the question for you guys is, if you don't think that the code allows, as it exists today, allows for those TDRs to be placed on this property, you need to set out why you think that is. And that will allow the board to say, oh, no, I don't think that staff's recommendation or staff's reading of the code is correct, but walk through why you think that is.
Sure, I guess what I'm getting, is there any direction about the sequence of these decisions in the code? Because if having the TDR, the ability to use the TDR for a development right, exists, then to me, we have to find a place to put that development right. We have to approve one of these envelopes. But if the question is, first, do you approve the envelope? If that answer is no, then landing that TDR for that development right, goes away.
Is not possible without an envelope.
So, right, so that's what I'm confused about. If, is there direction? If not, then there's not, and then we decide.
And I don't think there's direction. I think that's why our approach was, as Tammy, presented it to you, you need to establish the development right first. And then, right, if you've agreed to that, then, right, clearly it needs to go someplace. So, where is the envelope there, where it's going to land? Right, I guess you could turn it the other way and say, well, wait, I don't agree with the premise, which we've changed in the code, about having multiple, residences on one property. And, again, then you'd approach it totally differently. But for us, what we looked at was, right, if we establish that there is a development right and we support it, and we've, kind of walked through our thinking on that, what was done before, the reduction in density, all of those things, all of that's in front of you, then, right, then, okay, they have the development rights to use. Where are those placed on the property?
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. What was my other question? Oh, I guess, and I will just throw out there, it seems like we have better tools now in how we approach these big questions, of like multiple uses on a large parcel. I'm thinking like our open space master planning process, or like, why was this not treated like a PUD or something? Like, it's a little clunky for me to be reaffirming process from 20 years ago when we actually have developed new tools that might be better for this. And, you know, that really is an opinion, but I guess I'm just throwing that out there as another way to think about if the applicant would care to think about the project in that way, you know, then maybe there are actually new benefits available as well. Because I'm feeling like I'm trying to like shoehorn my decision making into like a 20-year-old thought process. So.
And I guess I think what's really important there, and why I think we kept calling it out when we really look at those findings that were made at the time. Again, we were working under the premise of 35-acre parcels. You know, how do you acquire the development? You know, again, but when you really look at those findings and what we felt the county was getting, the public was benefiting from this by developing less than zoning would allow, the less square footage, that we were protecting area, you know, doing all of the things that we felt the code supported. And I don't know that any of those have changed.
Sure.
Whether there's a better tool today, would it still be 11 home, you know, again, you know, could be a totally different conversation. If not for.
I'm just thinking back to like the Sewell property, like we hammered out all of these commercial use questions and residential development questions and all of that, like in the context of that. So
Right.
we're almost tackling that now with less of a framework to do so for this application.
And the one thing I do want to throw out, since we did talk about those, just to make clear that a commercial recreation other, you know, outfitter kind of a use and a special event venue are special review uses in the RS20 zone district. So if you wanted to provide the opportunity for them, you know, in the resolution, you would be saying that's going to require special review down the line. So I just think it's important to note that, you know, to Francie's point about the Flying Dog up, you know, on Prince Creek, right, they went through what was at the time a special event venue approval that was very specific about how many events, how many times a day, how many times a week, how many times a month, when does the music cut off, how much alcohol can you serve, how many cars, you know, I mean, that was hammered out. And that's what would happen through a special review if you wanted, you know, again, a special event venue is clearly not something that the caucus supports. Could that change in 10 years, you know, when they, you know, if somebody came through the special review? Maybe. But again, there would be a total additional process for either of those types of uses in the future. If this resolution didn't just prohibit them at all, you know, if it allowed for them to be possible in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think as a board, when we discuss, we will go back and look through each of these points and have discussion on them. So I'll just flag that for everyone's future expectation. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break and then come back and hear from Tammy about the activity envelope details. And then we'll go to Glenn for additional input on that, have discussion on that item, and go to the public hearing. Does that sound okay to everybody? Okay, thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes, please. Grassroots or 12, say 2:50. Everyone, after our brief break here, we are picking up on our continued conversation on a land use application regarding the Woody Creek communes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so, Tammy, if you are back with us, we can turn it over to you to discuss the activity envelope details as the part 2 of our conversation here.
Okay, all right, so I guess just to recap, to move on with the second part of this application, it's really, the board's gonna have to make a decision on those items we just discussed and whether, right, you're gonna permit more than one principal use on one parcel of land and whether or not TDRs can be used for initial development rights. Those are really the big questions the board needs to address. But if they're okay with the rationale that staff has presented, that's basically, you know, relying on previous policies that have been used in the similar situations, then we can contemplate the activity envelope and site plan review requests that the applicant's proposing. Get on screen here.
Do I have to get off of this one?
You will, yeah, thanks, Glenn.
Somebody got rid of you.
Okay. So on screen, let's see here. I think you should see the overall site of the parcel. And again, in the blue hatched line are the existing envelopes approved, you know, in 2001. I think Steve requested that we walk through the property, but I don't know that we should do it. There's a lot going on this property. There's a lot of existing improvements. So I think I'm just going to walk through the envelopes that are proposed and to be relocated, and we'll start there. So on the sheet, these are basically, these grayed areas are the areas where the applicant is proposing changes. So if we zoom into this first area, this is envelope 2, which is essentially the existing agricultural barn. You can see envelope 3 off to the right, and that has some of those historic cabins. And as we mentioned, there's I don't want to use the term general store, but Patty mentioned that there is a place, a storage unit for items for the ranch. And essentially what they're requesting in this envelope 2, and this is kind of goes back to that original application where where the previous owner had wanted to change this barn. They basically, to change the barn, they needed a new envelope, and a new envelope had to comply with the current code. And their old envelope basically encroached into the stream setback and the floodplain. So you can see the floodplain here, and also the 100-foot stream setback. So essentially, with all these envelope changes that they're proposing, they're pulling the envelopes back to comply with the code, to not encroach in those areas. So that's the change to envelope 2. Proposed envelope 7, again, same thing is going on here. They've pulled that envelope back to be outside of that floodplain boundary. Nothing is there right now. Same thing with envelope 8. They're just pulling these areas back where it had previously encroached. And then, did I miss envelope 5? Shoot. Oh, I don't have it on me right now. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. So here is the proposed envelope 5, which basically they're not just pulling it back, they're totally relocating it from that middle area of the property over to the eastern side of the property up valley. And as Glenn mentioned, that's because they didn't want to have to build a bridge and disturb a lot of that riparian area to get across the creek. So I just threw in a couple pictures that just give you guys some idea of what this parcel looks like. I realize we haven't really shown anything like that. For some reason it's not clicking over. Okay, so here again, I just wanted to share, these are some of those irrigated hay fields that you guys were talking about, which are absolutely stunning. Get that other, and you can see, you know, the diverse riparian habitat and also those conifer forests on those hillsides. Okay, so for the board to consider whether approving the activity envelope and site plan review, they need to find that those envelopes and site plan comply with the provisions in Chapter 7 of the Land Use Code. And luckily, they're quite simple on this parcel, so I can fly through them. The first one is steep and potentially unstable slopes, and right, the applicant has appropriately located all those envelopes outside of areas containing slopes over 30%. There's a few minor anomalies that have to do with construction of the road and whatnot, and those qualify as minor slope anomalies and may be permitted. There's no channeling or encroachment activities proposed within Woody Creek because they have, like I said, relocated that envelope 5, so they don't need to build any kind of bridges over the creek. It's not within any geologic hazard area. There's the wildfire hazard it's mapped within a low and medium and severe area, but the applicant has obtained an analysis from a wildfire professional, and he has outlined very specific recommendations of how to mitigate all those hazards, and the applicants agreed to comply with all those recommendations, so that's not a concern. As we mentioned, floodplain and riparian setbacks is a concern, but as I just showed, the applicant has pulled those envelopes and arranged them in a way that complies with the code. I will point out that the existing envelopes of 1 to 6, let's see, I can't remember all these envelopes. Basically, where existing development has occurred, they're not proposing to make any changes. And so it's considered a non-conforming use. And in the future, if you know they want to make changes to those envelopes or to those structures, they won't need to comply with the current code, and that will be subject to county review. So I'll just move on to the agricultural barns. I did mention before that those are exempt per section 52070. And they will be required to be deed restricted, and they have agreed to use them only for agricultural purposes. So those may be permitted. And the next standard we'll look to is the scenic view protection area standard. So basically Woody Creek Road is within a scenic view protection corridor. And so we'll do that scenic review on those barns in the CDU. And the applicant has located those below Woody Creek Road. I think Glenn's going to show a couple renderings of what that's potentially going to look like. So it's not right in your face. They're at a lower elevation. They're set back as far as they can be from the road, whilst being set back. They're kind of in a crunch between the road and the creeks. So they've put it in a place right in the middle. They've also kept those structures outside of any agricultural meadows or naturally occurring meadows, which is what the code requires. In addition, they're also providing new screening, plantings, and will preserve the existing vegetation there as well to provide some screening. They've also designed it to be, consistent with the rural character and the agricultural character in the area. So staff finds that they're complying with the scenic view protection criteria in that regard. So the last big criteria, which we've started to talk about, is the wildlife criteria. And that's where the bulk of this discussion is. So moving on to that map. So this parcel, as we just said, is within very significant wildlife habitat. And because of that, the applicant engaged the Colorado Wildlife Sciences LLC to do an and let's see, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong spot here. And basically they found that much of the property does encompass a lot of significant wildlife habitat. And they found also that the applicant has appropriately relocated a lot of those envelopes to cluster them closer together so those impacts aren't just spread across the parcel. Let's see. They've also, again, pulled them away from the riparian habitat, which also greatly helps comply with our standards for wildlife in that section. The report notes that there's portions of high quality montane shrublands. And so, basically based on the wildlife report, as well as this representation from the applicant that they want to preserve wildlife habitat areas, as well as the findings in that original approval to preserve that wildlife habitat. That was the culmination of three things that where staff said, if this is really truly the case, let's preserve this whole area that the wildlife assessment spoke about on this, basically this western and southern side of the property. It said it was extremely significant wildlife habitat area. Let's preserve it like you say you're trying to do. And so at that point, right, staff spoke with the previous owner and said, can we put a conservation easement on it? They said, sure. And like Glenn said, they offered up this area on the north side of the parcel. Staff came back and said that's really on steep slopes and that can't be developed. Then you can clearly see the steep slopes here. And so, right, this is a map of that wildlife assessment. And it basically says these areas shown in purple have great significance for both mule deer and elk and transition periods. And I'd also point out that the report did really state that those irrigated hayfields also offer a significant benefit to wildlife, that it's not just these areas on the hill. And so I think to Patty's point is that, yes, I mean, conservation easements can be crafted in any which way. And so I don't think we're saying you can't have agricultural barns in that area, where that flatter area with the agricultural hayfields. So staff came back, right, like Glenn showed, and proposed these areas being conservation easement. And And then this past week, as Glenn just showed, this is what they're proposing. So I think staff is still maintaining that per the ecological report, that this is probably the best way to preserve those significant wildlife habitat areas. It's not required per code, but again, it's really coming from the place that, those original findings were to preserve all the significant wildlife habitat areas on the parcel. It's also coming from the applicant stating, we want to move these envelopes, have the ability to move the envelopes because we're trying to preserve habitat. So that's where that all came from. Now they're also requesting that CDU, which requires special review approval. And I'm just going to breeze through that and basically say that staff it's pretty straightforward. So I found that all the standards for that special review were met, and that it's a use that is consistent in this area. There's lots of CDUs in the area. It complies with the zone district. So that's not an issue as well. So I think I'm just going to wrap it up and say that this application is difficult to review just because of the unique history. And I think Kelly hit it on the head that it's, the issues that the board does need to discuss in terms of what's lapsed and whether they're okay with the policies that have been used in the past, and how they deal with TDRs and lapsing and whatnot. So just acknowledging that there's a lot of difficult decisions to make, but based on my walking through all these standards, it's staff's recommendation that the board approve the activity envelope and site plan and reaffirm the BOCC resolution number 109/2001 to utilize TDRs for an initial development right, but really subject to those very specific findings and conditions in the draft resolution. So hope that was short and sweet. So I'll turn it back over to the board, or actually Glenn, to wrap up with his presentation.
All right, let's just check in. Any questions for Tammy? Glenn may cover more. Steve?
Tammy, on the 1,000 square foot CDU, I presume that 1,000 square feet would be subtracted from it would be part of the total allowable undeveloped square footage. Is that correct? I can't see it in the charts anywhere, but I think that.
So that's a bit of a new piece that was added on with this application. Let me share my screen right down here. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I didn't cover that very well. Basically staff has recommended that, that envelope be allowed to build a single family residence. In this case, the applicant's proposing agricultural structures in a CDU. And they've also made the request that floor area for that CDU, which is residential floor area, that could come out of some of the, I guess, extra floor area that the parcel has from remaining TDRs. I think it gets very messy to do that in terms of logistically keeping track for ComDev to keep track of where floor area is and where it gets shuffled with TDRs. And I don't think we're opposed to it. It's really the board's discretion. But originally it was that they needed one TDR for that initial development right. And so the applicant's slightly changing that to say we've got leftover floor area, we'd like to use that for the CDU at this point, with the ability to land a TDR in the future if we do want to develop a new single family residence in the future. Did that answer your question?
So just to follow up then, would you amend the right column of this chart to put 1,000 square feet in envelope number 2?
I thought about it, but like I said, the applicant is they'd like to hold on to that option to develop a new single family residence in the future up to 5750. So no.
But no matter what, the 1,000 square feet for the CDU is counting out of the floor area that they're allowed, the total floor area.
And that,
What if this is 16,200, if they're gonna build a 1,000 square foot CDU, it's coming out of that. I think maybe that's the clarification. The mechanics, I guess, of how we split TDRs, which is something we never really like to do, but this is one of the few properties where we allowed that in the past. And it just becomes an accounting piece. What does it mean to, if somebody's used part of the TDR on one of those envelopes and then how much is left to use? I think that's the piece Tan was getting at, that it makes it more complicated in our world. But that's what we've got already. They've burned a part of a TDR for a couple hundred square feet. And in theory, that TDR is still available, the remainder of it, to use on the ranch. But in the end, I think what we're working off of is there's this bottom line always of how much floor area they have to develop.
All right, any other questions for Tammy or Suzanne? Francie?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the barns that are allowed. There's no cap on the size of a barn, is that correct?
That's correct. Once you get over a certain size parcel, can't remember what that size is, it's unlimited agricultural floor area.
Over 160.
Well, I guess that's the only part of this proposal that leaves me hanging a little bit when I think about, that big red barn when you're driving to Vail that's over on the right, that gigantic thing. I would just hate to see some gigantic horse barn with 40 stalls going up and then all the horse fencing and all that kind of stuff. So that's what's hanging for me.
Thank you, Francie. All right, Glenn, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, got it.
No, you got no.
we got all your other
You gotta
work
stop that.
plans
You
down
keep
there.
grabbing the wrong one.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop.
Stop your share. Yep.
Stop the share.
Stop the share. Share again. You want the one that's got the map on it.
Oh, I got it. I thought I did it right.
Just hit share again.
Okay.
You were close, Glenn.
You were. It was right on your screen, just
Okay,
not
good.
everybody else's.
Tammy did a pretty good job of summarizing what was going on there. Basically, if you think about this, activity envelope review approval was granted, but not site plan review for 5, 7, and 8. So these site planning exercises you went through are just really house cleaning items to bring the activity envelopes on these vacant lots into compliance with the code. There's not that much to it. It's just mostly to address the stream setback. The one that's a little different is 7, because we're proposing site plan review and activity envelope review, both of them on 7. So I have some images I can show you of 7, and I think the premise we operate with is if you see a barn in the rural area, if it's a attractive barn that's well designed, it's consistent with the scenic view protection guidelines in many cases, because people kind of like seeing barns when you're in rural Pitkin County. So the barns that we have on 7, I can just show them to you quickly. Okay, so here's 7. That's the site plan. And there's this existing road that goes across a bridge right here, and it's going to split up these 2 barns. And the barns that were designed have been designed by Thunderbolt Architects. These are some elevations of what they would look like. This is the larger barn, the one that's, I think, 3,400 square feet. And then Here's an image of the smaller one, which would be 2,000 square feet. And they're barns. They're going to be visible. They do sit down below the road. Here are some exhibits that we created looking at where you'll see the barns. These show the existing views right now. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see the barns are inserted in. They sit pretty low down on the road. And this shows what they'll look like. And then we added in a few trees. You can see where these trees are added in here, not to hide the site from the road, but just kind of soften it a bit. Those are the trees right there. That kind of shows the scenic look of what you're going to see on envelope 7. The thing about this CDU in the barn, originally, when the memo first came out, the memo that you got, it talked about using a TDR for the CDU. That's really not, given the value of TDRs, that's not something the owner would do, is acquire a TDR for the CDU. And it was our intent that we would take some of this leftover flora, which Suzanne referenced in the table in the application, and just redistribute it from one of the envelopes that didn't use all of it, or 2 of the envelopes, and just extinguish that floor area so that we would use the TDR for the CDU. The owner, the Scanlon family, presently employs many people that work on their agricultural operations. Their intent would be to put an employee that works on the ranch in that unit. If they could do a fully deed restricted unit, they would, but they can't in the rural area. So the CDU will serve that purpose. And like I said, these site planning issues are predominantly cleanup items with the exception of building envelope 7. And I think Tammy summarized it pretty well. I can take any questions that you might have, but that really addresses the site planning issues.
Questions for Glenn? Just some clarification on your last statement that they can't deed restrict a unit, and is that because of the condominiumization prohibition?
No, it's because that new affordable housing units are supposed to be within the urban growth boundary, and there are no longer provisions in the code for them to occur in the rural area. Then there's the whole question of imposing rental restrictions on affordable housing units that you guys have dealt with. It's just a problem that it really affects a lot of the stuff we do in trying to have employees on rural ranching properties. It's going to come up again on another project I'm working on where someone bought a ranch and they don't want their employees living in Basalt or Aspen and commuting to the ranch, and it makes sense for them to be on the property.
Okay. Well, we're having a conversation about our affordable housing policies next week. So this will be fresh in the mind.
Yeah, and it gets all confused with the Telluride decision and the law. It's really unfortunate.
Okay, other questions for Glenn? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this whole application, and then we will come back and try to have an organized discussion among the board. So with that, any members of the public who are watching from home and you would like to join us and call in now to provide public comment on our land use application related to a resolution approving the Woody Creek Commune 1, 2, 3, and 4 LLC, activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC resolution number 109-2001 as amended. Now is the time. Please call in. Thank you, Grassroots, for putting that phone number up for those watching from home, and I will give it a little bit of time. So far, we do not have anyone in the room, and we do not have anyone who's joined us on Zoom. Again, this is regarding the Woody Creek Commune application. All right, folks, I gave that a bit longer than we normally hold the public comment open. I have not seen anyone join us. I will note for the board, we received an email this morning. Let me pull it up. In case folks haven't seen it, and just to confirm for the public, that we did receive an email from the Woody Creek Caucus, who strongly opposes any modification of the prohibition on commercial use of the applicant's property as was specified in the resolution 109-2001. And the caucus is asking us to retain that prohibition in this consideration of approval. And that is the only comment that they made on this. So I will go ahead and I'm going to close the public comment now and bring it back to the board. And so thank you, Glenn, for pulling up this key land use issue list as Tammy had presented in the memo to the board, that the first question of whether we approve development rights needs to be wrestled with before we wrestle with the question of the specifics of the activity envelopes and site plan review. So with that, I'm going to look to the board for input on these conversations. Basically, the initial use of a TDR for a development right, value of the TDR for an initial development right, whether we will continue to approve multiple single-family dwellings on this one parcel. So let's start there, and then we can take the remainders as we go. Discussion on these. Steve.
So I would be okay with allowing the use of a TDR for the initial development right of 5750 square feet. That's what they were given at the time of the original, whatever date several decades ago that right was given. I'll also note that the previous owners of this property have not just been sitting on it and not developing as they were allowed to under the approvals. I think they've done a lot of the development. They just never did complete the whole package of what had been originally approved. So they kind of, previous owners were doing their due diligence and following up on the approved application. And by recognizing that this letting them use TDRs for the initial development right is kind of a continuation of that whole process in my mind.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Do you support the continued multiple units on one parcel for this application?
The multiple units on one parcel, to me, might preclude allowing any other major use on the property. It's kind of like a special dispensation that they were allowed to build all of these separate houses when normally they would just be allowed one house and maybe one CDU given today's code. So it would be, in my mind, double dipping actually if they came in and wanted to do any sort of venue operation or a major commercial operation besides just renting the houses out, using them for their employees or family members, or renting them out long-term kind of is the business that's established on this property, in addition to maintaining the agricultural use of the land.
Okay. Other input from board members? We got to make a decision here.
I have a question.
Patty?
When it comes to short-term rental, and the way the negative covenant is written, it just says short-term rental. Does it make sense? It doesn't say 30-day like our new definition would be. Does it make sense, either just common sense or legal sense, to bring that up to date and make it apply to what we're currently looking at with our short-term rental program?
Yeah, let me pull up that negative covenant, Patty, because I think you're directing that.
Yeah, I think the point, the negative covenant did not address the short-term rental issue. It
What was
only
one that
spoke to,
did? There's something
the
that-
condition of
Okay,
approval
that's good.
did.
Sorry, go
And
ahead.
said that the negative covenant, anyway, I guess I don't have it. I know the negative covenant did not include that language. And I think Tammy had proposed in here, which was similar to what we had the discussion with Aspen Valley Ranch, was you couldn't rent for less than 30 days. And I guess maybe that's
not what's
consistent.
stated in the conditions now. We would-
That comes up I know that's mentioned in the memo. It may not be in the
Okay,
conditions,
but
so that
it's
would
not
be
in the
something.
existing conditions, but
No, there was no definition at the time of, I think it just, the
Right.
condition said no short-term
so
rentals.
I'm saying is, does it make sense to us to bring the definition up to today's definition of 30 days or less? And then if so, and we make that clarification, would they then have to go through the proposed business licensing to actually do it if they were gonna do anything? Oh, no, it would prevent them from doing anything under 30 days, so they would not be able to apply for. Okay, I just clarified my own answer in my own head. I'm getting good at that. And the other question I had was, if I can, Kelly, it goes to the conservation easement. Since Glenn was talking about having to bring it back to his client, the applicant, as far as whether or not they would would agree to a broader conservation easement with some specific language as to future uses. I don't think Glenn can answer that right now, so that might be something that has to come back. And I don't know if we move this forward, do we say, I don't know how to deal with that.
I would try to address, the other, as many issues as you can, but I do think we need to run that by our clients to make sure that it's acceptable to them before concluding,
Okay.
Taking final action. Wouldn't you agree with that, Jocelyn?
I would agree with that. I also would like to clarify and make sure they understand that no short-term rentals or no rentals for less than 30 days are going to be included in the conditions, because I think they didn't want to, jump on that at this point in time. They were hesitant to limit their prospective opportunities.
And then one final thing. So Francie, I understand that the need for ranching and farming to have a way to be sustainable. I'm just saying, as part of the agreements we had over the last decades, we were very clear with the public as to some of these provisions. And I think if, I don't have a problem allowing a conversation in the future about special uses, be they outfitters or fly fishing guides or whatever. But that would have to go through a special use process with the opportunity for the public who's impacted by those special uses, the people who live in that neck of the woods up there, to be part of that discussion. And the same thing would go for the venues. I think a 3-time venue, letting them have three events, special events, going through special event process, to get a permit. I would be fine with that rather than just opening up to like the Red Barn by your house where it is a venue, it's a special event venue, which is a whole different process. So, but that doesn't mean they could not come back in the future. It's just a separate process from the one before us today with specific public comment to address those issues. So it's not a yes or a no, it's a maybe if you want to come back to that process. Does that make sense?
So Patty, you support then the first 5?
Yeah, I think the value of the TDR and allowing it and the multiple, because that was long discussions in the past, and I'm still supportive of those discussions. Thanks,
Thank
Kelly,
you.
for bringing that in.
Okay, thanks Patty for your comments. Let's go around. Francie?
I'm not sure how I feel about the TDRs because obviously I wasn't around the last time around. I'm hesitant to grant them what was passed quite a while ago. I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to veer away from historical precedent in order to make any progress in the size of houses and the number of TDRs and a lot of other environmental issues. So I don't know if this is the place to do that. So I'm not gonna say, no, it should only be 2,500 square feet. Would I prefer it if it were? Yes, especially if it's a family enclave and they're all gonna have their own houses. Do they really need 5,000 square foot, more than 4,000 or 5,000 square foot houses? You know, my belief is that nobody really does, but I'm gonna withhold for just a little bit on that. In terms of the dwellings, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have an opportunity for more comment too, Francie. Other thoughts on these items? I mean, I'll just jump in. Francie, I can share, you know, what's difficult about this. I think the way that I am thinking about it is that, you know, certain approvals last in perpetuity, essentially. And then certain approvals have a clock associated with them. And so from what I understand, I'll let staff correct me if I'm thinking of this wrong, but is that, you know, the development approval, like the approval that we give for someone to have a right to develop in a land use approval, it goes on in perpetuity. Whereas the specifics of that approval, such as how close to the stream or how much square footage, or where the location of that development takes place, have a clock associated with those. And so the clock on those things have run out, and we have to have a discussion about those. But the right and approval that we gave for the owner to develop and then sell that right to the next person lives on. Am I thinking of that correctly, staff?
I think generally, yes.
Okay.
Right. The code is very specific as to what types of approvals lapse, expire, or don't lapse. And right now, the language in the code says that the use of TDRs does not lapse. So again, a future conversation would be to look at that provision of the code. You know, if we no longer allow TDRs for initial development rights in the rural area. You know, again, you could look at that, but right now under today's code, right, that's a provision that is specific that says it doesn't lapse.
So then we don't really need to make a decision on that. It's already codified.
I think it. You know, again, I think the applicant is looking for you to affirm that. Again, that based on, you know, that's our take based on what the code says. Again, what's difficult is, you know, right, the code doesn't allow it in the rural area anymore. That's where it's just, you know, it's not totally straightforward. But the way we've looked at it, our interpretation is that we would say that right has not lapsed. And again, I think, right, going back 10 years, but it is still valid when you look at the table that was included in that memo I wrote a long time ago. You know, when you look at all of the approvals that, you know, the properties that have went through a similar process, and before we had an open space master plan, you know, we were utilizing that as a tool to work with people on their properties. And, some of those properties would be implicated. Again, I think it's sort of looking at it more broadly than just this one property and their rights. And that was what the intent was of that memo back in 2010.
Or 2001 or 2099.
Okay, so that's how I don't know if that's helpful, Francie, but that's how we would not approve a new application and let them do this, but they were approved in the past, and there's no clock that expires on that. So I'm going to reaffirm that here personally today. Regarding the use of the TDRs and the amount for the approval, as well as, the multiple single-family dwelling units on this. Again, I think it's really clunky how this was done in the past. We have better tools now. But that is what it is. Anyone else want to weigh in on those items? And then we can talk more about the conservation easement, prohibition of commercial uses, short-term rentals, and the actual details of the site envelopes. Steve?
I've been thinking about what I said earlier, that they basically, they were given the approval to build all these houses. I have a feeling the Scanlons probably really want to have short-term rentals. And I was trying to think how I could make that work that would satisfy me if they, and the way I think I could approve something would be they would be allowed one short-term rental out of all the units. I would not approve more than one because it could become a zoo of a whole bunch of people unfamiliar with the road trying to, drive up Woody Creek Road and get there after dark and on snowy roads and all the different scenarios. One would be palatable to me, but then I also would love to see employee housing for people, for a community member to live there on the property in one of the houses who would be working elsewhere off of the property. That is kind of a definition of what Snowmass Capitol Creek, or at least Capitol Creek Valley, is. It's in a rural area and it is full of, a couple of hundred houses, which are mostly employees who commute to work from a rural area, go to Highway 82 and go one direction or the other to work. And I know Glenn had said something about, I don't know if it was affordable housing or, deed restricted housing or what it was not allowed in the rural areas. But if we could, for one short-term rental, also have one house that would be employee housing for someone, just an employee of Pitkin County, someone who works in Pitkin County. That to me would be acceptable if it could be worked out. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I'm going to jump in with a concern I have because, I feel like when we reviewed Aspen Valley Ranch, it was also presented to us that this was a family ranch and they would have, people coming and staying as guests of the family. And, we prohibited short-term rentals of less than 30 days. And then we turn around and I see, major marketing of this luxury ranch for $175,000 a month, to the public. And so I feel a little hoodwinked, honestly, about okay, so we were sold this family ranch and that it was going to be limited to kind of their personal use. And now what to me is a commercial use is happening and being marketed for that property. And so it's raised for me the conflict of when a rental is not short-term but is commercial, what is how do we wrestle with that topic? And this is relevant for this discussion because I want us to either be clear about what we're doing or avoid what is now possible foreseen implications of our decisions, because $175,000, a month to rent something out is a commercial use to me. So I don't know. I struggle with that. I don't know if there is definition in the code related to commercial use that would capture my concern already, or if there's more detailed discussion or conditions we would need about that type of use. And so I'm taking it a little bit further than I think the applicant wants from a restrictive point of view, since it sounds like they don't want to restrict any limitation on short-term rentals at this point. I'm in the opposite direction of, what if a long-term use is a commercial use? How do we deal with that? So is there any structure in the code that would help wrestle with that problem at this point?
Nothing clean and
Laura.
simple. No, I mean, essentially, right, is the underlying use still resident, at what point is residential become commercial? When we don't have anything that helps define, if you're not occupying your home for X amount of time, at what point is it, and is it renting just the houses, renting the whole property? I mean, I would say no, the land use code isn't getting at that today.
All right. I know that's a topic I need to think on a bit more for this application.
Well, can I just?
Yeah,
I think
Patty.
it kind of goes into our ongoing discussion we're having right now about short-term rentals, that we're saying 30 days or more, you can rent them. 30 days or less, you can't. Or you have to go through this special permitting process, business licensing. So this one is kind of, they're going outside of that and saying, or we would, and say, well, if you want to rent them above 30 days, for a month, that's okay, but you can't rent them short-term, which would be a flip over every night, possibly. So I think we're in the process of defining that. We just don't have it defined yet. We don't have anything in our code yet. We haven't really finalized our short-term rental discussion. So we're kind of caught in between that right now, which is what makes it difficult.
Well, and there's still that gap of something could be a commercial
Yeah.
use, but not short-term rental.
Yeah, and then if it's a commercial use, does their property then tax commercially?
Right.
Or is it tax agriculture? Or residential?
Residential is how it's taxed.
So,
Francie?
I can understand your concern about this on a larger scale, but in terms of this particular place, even if they had one house that was rented out to a different person every month, it's still meeting our goal, it's our minor goals that we've set so far with STRs, that we're not increasing a whole lot of traffic, we're not changing the neighborhood a whole lot, we're not bringing in, whatever. And, I obviously renting something for that kind of money is different than the way most of us live, but I certainly don't think it's something that we can really regulate. I mean, if we have a house and we want to rent a room out in it for a month or a year or whatever, only in terms of where do we go with this, but at the present time, I would feel uncomfortable saying to some property owner that they couldn't do that, that, they couldn't rent out one of their residences, even though they've said it's supposed to be a family home. I mean, maybe he's thinking the houses, or they're thinking the houses won't fill for 2 more generations, but they want to make sure it's there. Or, I don't know. That's all.
Thanks, Francie. Okay, we have to wrestle with some of these topics, folks, and we have some more. This will be a continued item, I'm anticipating, given the conservation easement questions. But there are these questions of what, how do we wrestle with commercial land uses, prohibition of short-term rentals, if there are, and then to talk about the square footage on the envelopes and how it's distributed is still outstanding.
what's the question, square footage of the envelope?
my understanding is the question is whether it can be readjusted from the prior approval. I think specifically they're looking at the CDU issue as well as, Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's the CDU issue, reconfiguration of envelopes 2, 7, 8, and the relocation of 5. Those are the site plan
Five's
issues.
moving further away.
Yeah. The 5 move is a really good move because it keeps the center of the property undeveloped.
And I've walked it.
Yeah,
and
but
I
those,
know it's-
I mean, that's what you've got left is number 1, and 7 and 8, and we'll come back with you on the conservation easement.
And then some thoughts as to what we could write into it that allowed for special use review and special permit review in the future or whatever.
Yes, I mean, that's what's remaining.
I thought that staff had a proposal about whether we cap any square footage on particular envelopes within the total amount allowable.
So, I mean, the original approval specified different numbers for each envelope, so that was the initial table you saw. They've asked for more flexibility within that 16,200 that remains, but in no case would any one house be bigger than 5,750.
Right, okay.
So again, I think we need to tighten up sort of the language in the resolution about that, this is how much total, this is how much remains, and, again, I think we can work on that with the next round on the resolution. But I think, to be clear, their intent is to have more flexibility to distribute it, but no more than 5,750 on any.
Okay, I thought there
one
was you
home site.
could build 7,000 on one and.
That was how it was previously.
Okay.
Now they're, right. They wanted the ability to mess with it, but no more than 5,750. So they could do a smaller one here and, up to, whatever, but they would divvy it up.
And, I have not discussed the idea of a limitation of 5,750 with the applicant. That's a.
Oh, okay, so that was staff's then recommendation.
Yeah, that was the recommendation that Tammy suggested, and that would be something that we would discuss with the applicant. I don't know how they feel about that, but we can check that out.
Okay. And
Now,
so
one of
that,
the things
we should
about-
discuss that here if board wants,
Right.
that
Yeah.
5,750 cap, or if we have more flexibility.
One
that
of the things about
recommendation.
this idea of redistributing flora, it's not like carte blanche, you can just redistribute flora. It's still subject to county review. In other words, you have to go through the land use process to add to a footprint of a house. It may be in the form of a new activity envelope and site plan review. Sometimes it can be exempted by the staff review, but it's not like just have at it and do it, because there's scenic review and there's complying with the code.
And there is still site plan review for any of those unbuilt houses. Under the original approvals, there was no site plan review. They came in and got permits. Now, the conditions do speak to that. They'll have to go through site plan review. And I guess as Glenn's saying, if you were trying to add on to one of the other houses, we'd have to determine if you're going back through a full site plan review or not at that point.
So it's not just like have at it. If you say redistribute flora, there'll be oversight.
Okay. All right, so a couple items for us to continue on here. I'm gonna really try and get us to as many decisions as we can today. So with that, let's look at this prohibition of commercial land uses. We've had some discussion on that. I want some clarity from staff, because what I heard were sort of three, we could do 4 paths. So we could do a blanket prohibition of commercial land uses, which is what the caucus has asked us to consider. We could allow for the owner to come in through the special event permitting process, which would allow them 3 times a year. We could allow the applicant to enter into the special event venue review process, as is now laid out in the code. And we could allow the applicant to come in for a special use permit process, which would allow like an outfitter operation. Or we could prohibit any number of those. Is that right? Are those the paths, the 5 paths? Patty?
I think we currently prohibit commercial use. Isn't what Woody Creek was asking us to uphold that, the caucus? In their letter?
I would need, I guess, yeah, maybe Tammy can speak to what the existing
Yeah, that's
condition
what
is.
they requested, and it's also what was originally, recorded in that original 2001 resolution.
That was the condition with no short-term rental.
Right.
So, I don't have a problem with allowing them to come back in, because there's a whole public process with special use, special events, and special event venue. That's a whole public process, and I don't think we should prohibit it. I think we should allow the applicant to come back at any time in the future, unless it changes within, another memorandum or another hearing, and let them come back and apply and go through the public process, as long as those issues are a public process, which I believe they are.
Under today's code, yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure that the public has the right to weigh in on that, so it's up to the applicant in the future to defend their position and their need for special use, special permit, or special event venue. And I don't want to deny them that opportunity.
So just to clarify, special event venue and the outfitter type use would require special review, public hearing, BOCC.
Right.
Special event permits, no.
If
They're
there are
administrative, up to 3 a year. It's an administrative process. We would refer it to the caucus, but it's not publicly noticed.
But the caucus has a chance to weigh in, which is who we heard from. Okay, and the other one is the special event.
Special event venue, and the other was the outdoor
Special use permit,
recreational
yeah.
use.
Those come back to
or
us too.
other- Right, those
Okay.
two would require public hearing at the BOCC.
I'm comfortable with that, as long as there's an opportunity for the public to weigh in and each side to defend their position.
Other thoughts? Steve?
What does the exact language currently say in terms of prohibition of commercial use from the earlier approvals?
Yes, it looks like it's the 2001 Resolution 109, condition number 3, if you can find that in the packet. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, what page in the packet is that?
I've got it right here.
What
Glenn
is
has
it?
it.
Yeah, this is Resolution 109, 2001, condition number 3.
Yes.
Okay, and it reads, prior to recordation of the 1041 site plan, the applicant shall record a document in a form acceptable to the county attorney restricting the property against any further subdivision or condominiumization, period. The applicant shall also agree not to use any of the proposed residences for short-term rental or any other commercial use. And you see, what happened then is they actually had a resolution that followed up on this, which was 144/2001, where they said that the negative covenant satisfied the intent of that condition. And that language says, the BOCC finds the terms of the negative covenant, which addresses ownership and future subdivision of the property, satisfies the intent of Resolution 109/2001. So the negative covenant was limited to the condominiumization and subdivision of land, but did not address this sentence about short-term rental or any other commercial use.
Which was put into the previous document, but wasn't put into the negative covenant.
Right. And the negative covenant said that this condition was satisfied, the condition number 3, 109/2001.
Yeah, but didn't specify the commercial use or the.
Right.
Although if it seems to you guys that there might have been an error there, that's something you could clean up.
Yeah, I agree. So I would like input from the applicant when they come back that says, are they still interested in pursuing commercial special uses and/or short-term rental? And event, no, not short-term rental, well, you're gonna talk to them about that anyway. The events, either the 3-time event or the
Yeah.
venue.
We can certainly visit with the applicant about that, but our direction is they don't have any intent to do that, but they don't want to shut the door permanently, should something change, because they're just becoming,
They're new,
familiar
but
with the
yeah, and
property.
I can understand that, except as Kelly said, we hear that so often.
Right.
And we need to be protective on our end, and when we're protecting our end, and in turn protects them. So, yeah.
And they will agree, as of this morning, they will agree to be treated like any other property. And if that requires a public hearing or a staff review, they have no plans to do those things, but they just want to be treated like any neighboring property. And that is, if they wanted to come in with a special permit or special use permit or land use, commercial land use application, that they could do so, and the public could weigh in and they could hear from their neighbors. But they just thought that would be a better way to go, more of a fair land use procedure than just saying, okay, no commercial uses, and then they're selling a bale of hay and suddenly they've got a commercial use and they're in violation.
Well, I think the agriculture is different. And when we interpret that to special uses, especially special recreation uses, is more what we're talking about, not the agricultural use.
Right, but I think that the 109, that reflected all commercial uses, and it's just such a broad, there are ag commercial uses, and there are recreational commercial uses, and there are residential rental commercial uses, and so all of those things, if I think the applicant would just like to be treated fairly and as any other applicant would be treated at the time they elect to move forward with that type of application, if ever.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, except for the fact we treated this property different from the get-go with the way we've managed it. So it is a little special, not to say we're going to do anything about the, but I would just like to see some cleaner language come back to us next time around.
Right, and we could come back and be more specific under the use table in the code.
Perfect.
What are the commercial uses that are allowed or special review in RS 20? And are there specific ones you're very clear you want to prohibit versus ones you would allow, exceptions for the ability to come request a special event venue
Perfect.
or special event permits?
That's what I would like to see come
so
back.
we can work on that.
Okay, other input on these topics? Steve?
So in 2001, there was a application that was approved that prohibited short-term rentals, and it allowed all these other things. People were allowed to build a bunch of houses on a property under certain conditions. And so what we've been talking about is, because those were approved by, a board of commissioners back then, that we should continue the same, we should allow them what they were approved before. Well, by the same token, they should have to uphold the agreements that were agreed to by the then landowners, which said no short-term rentals. It's like they can't have it both ways, perhaps. It'd be up to us to decide that, but they're getting their cake, having their cake and getting to eat it too, by saying they can have short-term rentals or other commercial uses. And they get to keep all these houses, which they haven't built all their houses yet. So it's, giving them an unfair advantage, I think.
Okay. So Steve, with that, are you leaning towards upholding the prohibition on commercial uses and short-term rentals?
Well, no, not necessarily, but maybe they don't get the full number of houses is one other option. If they want to have short-term rentals or some commercial uses as an option, which goes against the agreement that was made by a previous owner in 2001, then maybe they don't get to keep their full development quota of the square footage and number of houses that they were granted in 2001.
So is that in? Okay.
I'm not saying that's what I'm in favor, but that's, that's a possible option for us to look at.
Sure. And that'll depend on the feedback we get at the next meeting on this. Okay. Other thoughts on these items? Francie? You're muted.
Sorry about that. In general, in terms of looking at these restrictions and allotments and everything, I really like Steve's idea of possibly exploring with them the idea of putting the whole property under easement, which then would give us a construct through which to do some of the things that we want to do, but it would also give them perhaps some maybe some greater flexibility. So I don't know, Jocelyn or Glenn, whether that's even anywhere on their radar, but I thought it was a really interesting idea, and we certainly know of plenty of properties that are under conservation easement, but they still are able to do a lot of things. They just, so that's what I would love to see happen next in terms of conversation.
And just so I can be clear, when I go back to the Scanlon family, are you proposing that this conservation easement encumber 244 acres or 244 acres less each of the building envelopes? Are those carved out?
Not necessarily. Some conservation easements cover the entire property and include the building envelopes. There's a little bit different because they're asking for an extension on the building envelope, sort of. So
right.
I'm not sure, Jocelyn. I can't answer that.
Part of the conversation.
Yeah, other thoughts on these topics? Steve?
Well, on the conservation easements, I really like that idea too. I think a conservation easement with really protecting the wildlife areas and the prime agricultural irrigated land is really important. But it also, the conservation easement in coordination with the land use application or land use approval gives the reassurances to the family of what they're allowed to do going into the future. And if they're doing the conservation easement protecting other parts of the land from any development for wildlife and agricultural purposes, then they get something in return, which is, some flexibility on, potential commercial uses or whatever kind of things we want to allow. So I would be in favor of, looking at a conservation easement as a tool, like I suggested earlier. Perhaps a conversation with Aspen Valley Land Trust would be in order to kind of see what the state of the art of conservation easements that are working now, and because they've really improved the whole wording of conservation easements, and I've seen all the way from good to bad conservation easements, so they really know what should be included in a conservation easement to protect the landowner and to protect the public interest at the same time. If I could weigh in on number one, the site planning issues, because we never did decide on that. The ones that Glenn listed. The CDU, I'm okay with having the CDU, but limiting it to only one CDU for the entire property. They can't come back in the future and ask for more CDUs for, on different building envelopes or in different barns. Because if we are viewing it as one property, it would get one CDU, and I would limit it to that. In terms of moving the 4 different house sites to get it out of the 100-foot setback from the Creek, and also to move the house site number 5 over on the other side of the creek. I'm in favor of all of that, what's being asked for there. You know, it protects the creek. Moving house site 5 eliminates the one bridge kind of in the middle of the property, which further helps protect the creek. And also it kind of bunches up the development into 3 different nodes, you might say, along Woody Creek Road. It's not spread out quite so much along the whole length of the property, but in 3 distinct areas where the development is concentrated. And by moving 5 over there, that adds to that objective. I would call it an objective.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Okay, Greg, we haven't heard much from you, and then I want to check in with staff and applicant about additional clarity they need before our next hearing. Greg.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been listening and dipping in and out of certain confusion and comprehensibility of how things should go here. I don't have a real problem with the site planning issues as I've seen them. They all make common sense to me. I think we should drill down deeper into the CDU question, only because, you know, a ranch with 11 houses on it, a single property with 11 homes on it should really have their employees living on site, in my opinion. And I'm having trouble swallowing this idea that we shouldn't allow employees to live on site if we can guarantee that they're going to be employees of the ranch. Providing housing for employees that don't work on the ranch, to me, is a harder thing to swallow than actually housing the employees who work on the ranch. So that's where I come down on that. Regarding the TDRs, I'm still a little bit foggy on what is possible and what we ought to do. I've actually thought about using partial TDRs for things in the past, and so I don't want to throw out the possibility of doing that, but it's this TDR thing is too complicated for me to understand completely right now. I'm sorry, but I don't understand it well enough yet. At least I have to develop those thoughts about it. Regarding you know, multiple single-family dwelling units, one parcel, I think that seems to be where we're going, and I'm okay with it. But I do love the idea of a conservation easement that blankets the entire property, so we distinguish what's going on there. This is a single-family piece of property as it's been presented to us. Then let's lock it in, and the conservation easement's the best way to do that. I'd hate to see this part divvied up and sold off, and you know, as down the road. So why don't we put the conservation easement on it so we all know what we're doing here? Reaffirming the prohibition of subdivision and condominialization, yes. Regarding the commercial use, I think they should go through the process like anybody else. If we ban it entirely here, that just doesn't seem equitable to them. And there may be opportunities where we wish we hadn't. And so if they come in before the public, as Betty says, with an application for an occasional use for an event, I would not be, I think that's probably the best way to go, because it allows the public to weigh in as we move forward. Regarding short-term rentals, I just say no. That's where I am. This isn't a short-term rental opportunity for the Scanlons. This is their family's ranch and retreat in perpetuity. And if that's the way they're selling it to us, then that's the way I'm buying it. And I think they've got a great opportunity here to do a really fantastic thing to preserve the nature, culture of Woody Creek. They have an opportunity, hopefully, to house their employees. I look forward to seeing this move forward in some fashion, and looking forward to the conversation. Hope I didn't, I'm hoping that I've covered everything. I'm sorry I don't have enough on the TDRs now to really go any deeper on that.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So let's check in. We do have more items on our agenda for today. So let's check in with staff and Glenn and Jocelyn and see what additional direction you need from us to prepare for our next hearing on this. I think I'm not sure we've given you a lot of clarity on all these points, but that's our prerogative at this point.
I've taken pretty good notes, so
Okay.
I know what you want. I think the ball's in the applicant's court to come back with a proposal based upon what we've heard today. We're prepared to do that. Jocelyn, do you have enough direction based on the discussion today?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I was hoping to hear a little bit more from the commissioners on the barns, just generally, so I could at least tell the applicant they like the barns. They thought having 2 barns on one parcel instead of a residential structure was a good thing. That would have been, that would be helpful if anyone has any input in that regard. But regarding commercial and short-term rentals and the conservation easements and the negative covenant, I think I know where you're coming from for the most part.
Okay. And I'll just note, we are going to hear the reaction from the applicant about the square footage too, right? In the next
Allocation of-
review, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Greg, and then Francie.
Jocelyn asked for my feeling about the barns is I think they look good to me. But I think, it's kind of funny. We're in that early part. They've owned it for 6 months, so they don't really know what they want to do. But hey, let's put these barns in. But hey, if we don't want them, we're going to put a house there instead. I'd be willing to approve the barns without that caveat. If you want to put your barns there, I think it's great. It looks like a smart thing to do. If you really don't know what you want to do, don't present that to us. But no, I don't want to say, oh, we're going to take these barns out and put a house in instead. I'm not ready to play along with that. That seems like a waste of all of our time. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Francie? You're on mute.
I also like the barns. I like the proposed designs. I don't know if that'll be the final design, but and also the location. I'm wondering if we could ask for or recommend a small living space in the barn to keep another person from commuting. That would, I like the idea of having as many employees as possible living there, and maybe that's what we think about with 11 dwellings. Well, if they don't have 11 people living there yet, maybe they could house more employees. I don't know, but I don't know how many employees they intend to have, but as far as the design and the location of the barns, yes.
Thanks, Francie. Laura, did you have, I wasn't sure if you had your hand up.
I was just making sure I understood Francie. So she's in favor of the CDU in one of the barns.
And we have an additional CDU.
Yes, I am definitely in favor of at least one CDU in the barns.
Okay, thanks,
I thought
Francie.
she meant in the new barns.
Steve?
So I'm okay with the barns and having the CDU in one. One barn is set up, it looks like, with stalls for horses or milk cows or milk goats, or, I don't know what kind of livestock. The other one has wider doors, is set up more for machinery, it looks like to me. That's very typical on any ranch. In terms of how many employees they would need, Stanley Nadel ran that place for years all by himself. So one person can take care of 242 acres. Of course, there's many other things to take care of on a property with that many houses, that there will need to be more employees to manage the property, but one or two employees to take care of all the agricultural part of the property would be, plenty in my estimation.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna paint it blue or green or red. I haven't decided yet.
Okay,
So.
okay. Any other items that you need direction from us on?
Date certain. Do you want to have a date?
Date.
How's that?
Do you need a date? And, sounds like we need some time. There's obviously some topics here that definitely need discussion, and I'm just looking at, upcoming agendas. We've actually booked our land use items pretty heavily in November.
Along with budget.
Well, right, and I'm just talking about regular meetings. I know you have all those, you have other things going on too. I mean, December 1st, right now, we just have one other land use item, and it's a second reading, so, I mean, maybe as a.
Is that too far
Again,
out?
I don't know how much time. I don't think, and too far out, I would say that's sort of first available, given what I'm looking at that we've already put on your November 3rd and 17th agendas. We've already got you a little bit loaded up. And October 27th is the Aspen Mountain, which may continue, you know, so anyway, those are all considerations. But I would say December 1st, given the amount of things I think we need to, you know, sort through, to come back to you, and given what's on agendas, would be sort of the first.
Is that time
available.
enough for you?
Works for me. Is that good for you, Jocelyn?
Yeah, I think that's about the precise amount of time we need. A good 6 weeks.
Thank you.
Get something together to present.
Okay, Steve and then Greg?
December 1st is the third and final day of the CCI Winter Conference in Colorado Springs, so that could make it hard for everybody, all of us, to be there. Unless somebody, I mean, if I were in Colorado Springs, I maybe would just stay there and then Zoom into the meeting would be an option on how to be there. But it will be not as easy to have all of us present, I think.
Next after that is the 15th.
Then we want Christmas cheer.
Yeah, I can't be there on the 15th.
So you're not gonna be at our regular meeting on December 15th?
I'll be at a Wolf meeting, but I'm gonna call in for the passing of the budget.
Okay, does that, I don't know if you'll need a full board. How do you feel, Glenn, if you don't have a full board on either of those meetings?
I'd prefer a full board so we can,
I'll be here
break
on
a
the
tie. As a tie could be viewed as a denial.
We can just ask that the board who can attend on the first, hopefully Steve can zoom in for that, at least that section of the meeting.
Okay. All right, so let's set it for the 1st, and we'll ask board members to attend remotely on this item.
So I would
Greg, you
recommend-
had a hand up? Oops, sorry. Oop.
Oh, I was sorry. I was just going to see if we were ready for a motion.
Yes.
That we continue the resolution approving Woody Creek Commune 1 LLC, Commune 2 LLC, Commune 3, Commune 4 LLC's activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC Resolution 109 in 2001 as amended to December 1st.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, moved by Greg, seconded by Patty. Any further discussion? All right, thank you all. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Aren't you
Very
up for the last item on our
That's right,
agenda?
I'm like, I'm getting ready to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
Stick
two more
around for
things.
it.
You guys have one more thing, I think, or three more things. Let's see. So, Patty, do you need to step out?
Yeah, I would have recused on the continuation of the Aspen Mountain, 2 items on the agenda. I'm just gonna step in the next room so you guys can continue those and I won't get lost out in the wilderness beyond those
Okay.
doors.
All right, and I will look to Suzanne. Do you have anything to present on? We're moving on to our Aspen Mountain rezoning request.
Yeah, I mean, both numbers 11 and 12, the ordinance and the resolution, we're just asking that you continue to the 27th. We needed additional time to complete the noticing for the ordinance, so that's why they're being continued today.
Okay, do I need to open a public hearing on this, Laura, before we continue them? I will, just
Yep.
to cover our butts. Okay. Any questions for Suzanne before I open the public hearing on this item? No? Okay. So if any members of the public are wishing to call in at this moment, we are Looking at items number 11 and 12 on our agenda, an ordinance rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and Aspen Skiing Company from agricultural residential 10-acre and rural remote zone districts to ski rec zone district and amending the zoning map, as well as the resolution approving an amendment to the 2018 Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated ski rec master plan, activity envelope, and site plan review. We intend to continue these until October 27th. Please call in now if you have comments on this continuation or other items for the record on this application. Okay, I will go ahead and close the public hearing on these two items, and I will look to the board for any discussion or a motion to continue, please. Steve?
I'll make a motion to continue both the ordinance and the resolution regarding the Aspen Ski Company application to October 27th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you,
I'll
Greg.
second.
Okay, any discussion on, I'm taking these motions together for continuing the ordinance and the resolution. Okay, seeing none, all in favor of continuing this to the 27th of October, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let me go get Patty and bring her. How's the board doing? Do folks need a break or do we want to plug on?
We've got the update or the.
We have the Highlands resolution extending a deadline to record the Highland Bavarian subdivision plat, which I think will be short, and we have the update during open discussion.
Update on what?
We're gonna, the roadmap to
Oh,
recovery.
okay.
Yeah. All right, are we taking a break or do we need to plug through?
Let's keep going.
Lost
so we
Francie
can-
and Greg. Okay, let's just take a quick 5-minute break since half our
We need
board's
to-
walked away.
we need to-
And we will be right back.
We need to formally continue the next item too, don't we?
Oh, yes, we do. Sorry, you're right. We'll do that after our 4-minute break here until 4:25, please. Steve and Francie? Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay. Greg, if you wanna, if you can join us and turn your video on, that'd be great. We are gonna go live, so Amy, if you give us a countdown and we'll go live. Okay, welcome back everyone after a short break. It's Wednesday, October 13th, and this is the BOCC regular session. We are moving on to land use actions. Item number 13 on our agenda, the Charlene Gloria Revocable Trust, removal of affordable dwelling unit deed restriction. There is a note here regarding a continuation. I'll turn it to Leslie Lamont for any presentation on this item, please. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, everybody. I have no presentation on it. The applicant has requested to continue this to the 17th of November.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to continue, please.
I will move to continue.
Thank you, Patty.
Second.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you all. All right, item number 14 is a resolution granting an extension of the deadline to record the Highland Bavarian subdivision final plat. We have Leslie Lamont here with us to present this, and Glenn, you are representing the applicant, is that correct? And Glenn Horn here for the applicant. So Leslie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay, this is really a housekeeping matter. The board in 2019 approved detailed subdivision and final plat for the Highland Bavarian subdivision. There were a lot of conditions of approval that required multiple documents that the property owners at the time worked with staff to finalize, including draft conservation easements, subdivision plats, development agreements, things like that. And just before everybody was ready to record, the property owner sold the property. And the new property owners wanted a chance to kind of wrap their heads around the property, the approvals that the BOCC had granted in 2019. And therefore, last year, right about this time, they asked if they could extend the condition of approval that required the final plat to be recorded within 180 days of the final approval. So we brought an extension resolution to the board at that time, and the board granted an extension for the recording deadline to October 10th of 2021. The applicant has since submitted a land use application for our review. We have not had a chance yet to even schedule that to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so we are asking you, the board, to extend the deadline to record a final plat until October 13th, 2022. I do want to add that in the meantime, the applicant has been working with Susanna Reed on restoring the Highland Bavarian Lodge. They've also spent quite a bit of time with myself and GR of Public Works in understanding access to the property, looking at some of the old buildings on the property and how those could be reused and better locations on the property. So they've been living in Aspen because they've been restoring the property, but they've been spending a lot of time on the property. So they're trying to kind of visualize their lives on the property. And they've, as I said, submitted the land use application just about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so we're going through that land use application to determine whether it's complete or not. And once we've determined that, then we will schedule it. And it will be not a full review because the board already approved detailed subdivision, detailed submission, and final plat. But there are some amendments that the applicant is proposing. So we are starting with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it will come to the BOCC for review.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Any questions for Leslie? Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. So really, it's that they ran the clock out, but they did make their submission within the time frame, and we haven't had time to look at it yet. I understand that, so I don't want to be unfair to them. I do feel I still smart when I think about this piece of property because it seemed like we had the rug pulled out from under us last time around, and I'm not sure I understand the reasons, but as I understand it, we lost some access for public in there. So I'm wondering if a partial review is going to be enough, and I'd need Laura and you to weigh in on that, because I thought we had a deal and then the deal changed, and so if you could elaborate, or maybe at a future time we elaborate, but I would be in favor of extending it.
Right. You know, there's no subdivision until the plat is recorded. And as part of the subdivision, there were conservation easements, there was the public trail, there was most importantly, now in my opinion, most importantly, the historic designation of the Highland Bavarian Lodge. None of that was going to happen unless the final plat was recorded. So the property was sold before all those documents were recorded. And so in one sense, the property owner could have just, the new property owner could have just walked away from everything and said, I don't have to do anything. But they have taken their time. They hired Glenn Horn again, who was the applicant for the original property owner. It took a lot of time to understand the property, see what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. And, you know, they've submitted a land use application with their proposed amendments. Both the P&Z and the BOCC will have a chance to understand what was approved, what's changing from square footages, from shifting square footages to other properties, what's staying the same and what's being amended. So, and I don't know if Laura wants to weigh in and or, you know, Glenn wants to offer some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always disappointing when you've gone through an entire process and you don't quite get across the line. But that seems like it was the case here. I do think that the board can replicate some of that work in its discussions with the new owner. I anticipate it will. But that's why we charge fees to come before community development, because staff does put in significant time into this work.
Glenn, did you want to present anything on this?
I would just say, I hit this.
Red light has to be on.
Okay, it's on. I would just say that there's been a lot of time and thought put into the changes to the plan. The basic elements of the plan remain the same, but it's completely well thought out. And there's also a full site plan for the ranch lot, where we only had activity envelope approval before. So you'll see the full vision for the property and what's proposed. And there'll be opportunity, I think, to revisit any elements of the plan that the board or the planning commission or the staff are concerned about. And I think it'll be another thorough review, and a lot of different topics will be readdressed and revisited.
Great, thanks, Glenn.
I guess I just need a little clarity, because how do we amend something that hasn't been finalized?
Approvals were granted. It's just that the final plat, the final piece of recording didn't happen. So there are approvals that they're asking to amend.
Okay. Thanks for clarity.
Yep.
Okay. And I am curious, Glenn, what's going on? I noticed some construction. Are they doing the foundation, like restoring the foundation of the
Yeah,
lodge
they got a building permit to lift up the entire lodge, and it was really on a crumbling foundation from 1936. So they excavated under the building, put in a concrete foundation, and they placed it back on the foundation just a couple weeks ago. And the full interior renovation is being done now, and it's all been done with close cooperation and review by Susanna Reed.
All right, thanks.
I would like to add to that because I think it's important for us to note that has occurred, because again, until anything was recorded, there was no historic designation on this property.
Okay, thanks, Leslie.
I'll just mention, the reason why the family who owns the property now initiated that is because they're planning to move into the lodge with their 2 kids. They have 2 little girls, and they're going to live in the lodge as soon as it's complete.
Cool. Such a wonderful building. Okay, any other questions or thoughts on this? This does not require a public hearing, right? Just looking for confirmation on that. Okay, so if there's no other discussion or questions, I will look for a motion to approve a resolution granting an extension of the deadline to record the Highland Bavarian subdivision final plat.
I will make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Patty.
Second.
Thank you, Greg. I'll note this was my first site visit. I think I was, I don't know how many months
that's right.
pregnant with Suzanne in snowshoes.
In snowshoes, yep.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right,
Good
thanks.
to see you. Come back
Yeah.
and see us again real soon.
Okay, thanks ComDev staff for hanging in there. Board, we have
ComDev,
open discussion. And if it's okay with the board, I think we should have Kara give us her update since we pushed her off from yesterday. And then we'll move into more general open discussion afterwards. Kara, are you ready to present on the roadmap to recovery?
I am.
All right.
All right. Thank you all. I don't know. You said it was going to be a quick meeting. So Kara Silvernagel in the manager's office here to give an update on the Roaring Fork Valley Roadmap to Recovery process. I will try and share my screen. I just have a couple quick slides. Really just want to do an overview of where we are and open it up for questions and discussion for the board. So if it's okay, Kelly, I'll share my screen.
Please do.
Okay. You are seeing the slide deck, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, fantastic. And Nan Sundin is also on, as she's been integral in getting this off the ground, so she might chime in as well. But just a quick update and overview of our scope of the project. This was really kind of envisioned as a way to use this roadmap funding that came from the state of Colorado to address building a sustainable workforce for the Roaring Fork Valley. Again, that's a very broad umbrella, but as we think about the impacts of COVID, we really think about, and I think what all of you are hearing, what we're all collectively hearing is it's been really hard for our working community and their families to make it a sustainable place to live in the Roaring Fork Valley. And so using this process to say, what are the things that we can work on collectively from Aspen to Glenwood to build that regional leadership, to identify those key areas, as well as then collectively identify what are the local, state, and federal funding availability to have the biggest impact on those changes. And then lastly, it's really to hear from the community. We all somewhat know what's going on, but we really want to hear from the community of listening and engaging from those that are on the ground doing the work to hear what they're seeing the impacts are and where we can make the best collective impact moving into the future. And I'm just going to pause. I just want to make sure, are you all hearing me? I'm not sure if my internet is stable enough.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can always turn your video off if you need to.
Okay, I'm going to turn it off. So that's the Roaring Fork. Our goal with the Roaring Fork roadmap. I want to then share the state's process. It's 3 different tiers or 3 different phases. There's the groundwork phase, the planning phase, and then this implementation. I want to get too caught up in the dates here. It's just really recognizing that there's this effort of getting aligned, and then we get teamed up with a consultant that helps us put this roadmap together and then move forward with implementation. Where we are right now and where the state is in this groundwork phase. There's been some trying to get the teams pulled together to identify their projects. And we have just gotten notification that we are going to meet our consultant, I believe, later this month as far as kind of what that process looks like for developing our plans. And I just want to pause here because this is where we've diverged a little bit from the state of we recognize the resources that have come in from the state, and the benefit of this program is really the technical support that it provides, because this really is a planning grant. But at the same time, and when I say we, it's really the group, the entire region recognizes we know some of the issues that are impacting us the most here locally. So we're taking this groundwork phase and doing it ourselves, and kind of taking in some of these stakeholder meetings and how, again, we want to identify those priorities to really let this be led by our region, because we feel like our region is best to give us that information, and then we'll move back into this state process. So just a couple other facts, and then I'll open it up for conversation, is one of the reasons we decided to pursue this roadmap funding was trying to understand what was the ARPA, the Corona Relief Fund, and any infrastructure funding that's coming down. How does this process, a regional vision, help us collectively best leverage the federal and state funding available to actually make a substantial change for our workforce? And so that's really the collective buy-in that we've been working on with all of our municipal and nonprofit partners. There is not a direct correlation of this roadmap process being tied to any ARPA funding or any future federal infrastructure funding. This is purely a planning grant, and some of the ARPA funding and any other federal funding that comes down, we would be a beneficiary in that we have a plan ready to go and could be competitive in a grant process, but it does not mean that this is essentially like step 1 in order to get into other grant processes with the state. And I just want to take a moment and pause because I think there was some confusion, myself included, of how this roadmap process aligned or did not align with ARPA funding. So what we do understand is that it's kind of running in parallel paths, which is we'll continue to work and identify what we see as a region is most essential to, again, address workforce sustainability, and also continue to track in parallel what ARPA funding is available from the state or the federal agencies. As I understand, there are currently 4 interim committees set up from the state to identify and bring to the next legislative session what the funding priorities should be under affordable housing, behavioral health, workforce development, and economic development. And that is really to guide the state and how to spend the remaining $1.6 billion. So we're going to track that and hopefully use some of the associations that you all are a part of to then really bring the effort that we're coming to with the regional roadmap process and any potential funding that we see available from the state. And I just want to pause and note, this is all the state funding. This is not Picken County's ARPA funding. What we have done is, I believe Ann has put it in some account and really to kind of bookmark as a result of this roadmap process, maybe those dollars can be matching for greater federal or state funds. And so again, it's really trying to tier this of how do we be strategic in what we want to do with our region and what's the best way to pursue the funding that's available federally at the state level and then within our own local dollars as like the last place to go. I'm just showing this. I think many of you have seen it, but it just shows the complexity of ARPA funding and how it's coming from the federal agencies, the state agencies, and local government, and is why it's very complicated to track, but which is also then why there's a benefit in this roadmap process. If we can collectively identify as a region, what are our priorities? We can have some of the most collective impact in pursuing funding to make those changes because this is so dynamic in so many different areas. So this is the last piece and then I'll open it up for questions. So where we are today is we are going to be holding stakeholder meetings the week of the 25th. We've been working with a lot of our nonprofit partners as well as our managers from all the other jurisdictions up and down the valley to identify who are the stakeholders that really represent and have been doing the work to address workforce resiliency throughout this pandemic. And so we've engaged a third-party facilitator to join in and have some basically listening sessions to hear what they see are the real impacts, the critical areas that need to be addressed in the region, and then what are some big creative ideas that can make a substantial change to workforce resiliency. Immediately following those stakeholder meetings, we will bring back together all the managers from all the jurisdictions, again, Aspen to Glenwood, to get a summary of those meetings and identify what would be the priority areas. There may be 1, 2, or 3, and then we would bring those back all to all of you and our collective elected bodies to share. Here is the path that we are going to go down, and then we'll engage again in that roadmap process, that planning process, and start developing the plan and pursuing funding opportunities as they become available. So I'm going to stop there and pause and open it up for discussion and feedback. We're really here today just to share where we are in the process, as we've learned a lot about both the state funding, the state process, our local process, answer any questions, and get feedback from all of you in this, where we are.
Okay, thanks, Kara. Questions, Patty, then Greg?
Yeah, real quick, are we working with our regional workforce organization?
Yes,
okay.
We are.
I assume we are. And since we have Glenwood, is Garfield County involved in this?
So Garfield County is not a direct partner, but they have stated they want to be engaged in the process and see what the outcomes are as far as how they might join in moving forward. So I know John is working with Kevin on them attending some of these meetings.
Okay, thanks, Kara. I appreciate it.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks for that. Could you just tell us who all are involved? You know, who are the players on our part? And then how is workforce defined? Is there a definition, a broader definition, or a more thorough definition of workforce?
So I'm not going to list all the partners. There's about 60 60 to 70 different entities that have been invited to these meetings, but if I could maybe categorize them, and this goes to your answer, Greg, about workforce, is that we as a group went back and forth to say, do we define workforce for this, or do we keep it open to see what other ideas might come up? So I'm guessing we're probably all on the same page, but we've left it open for other aspects. So generally, it's those that represent housing stability groups, affordable and workforce housing, childcare, mental health, healthcare, workforce development, tourism, the service economy, those that are trying to redefine tourism and the service economy, transportation, and those that represent our Latinx and Spanish-speaking workforce as well.
Other thoughts? I mean, I'll just jump in here. Kara and I have had some conversations offline about this because, as some of you, I think you all know that I sit on a group appointed by CCAT, which is communicating with DOLA fairly regularly about the American Rescue Plan funding. So this group kind of pivoted from looking at the CARES Act funding and actively lobbying for local governments to get those funds to talking about the ARPA funding and how we might do cross-jurisdictional partnerships to leverage each other's funds. I don't think that process is actually being very successful, but I think one of the things that I've taken away from my conversations with Kara is that we may have an opportunity at the state level and with our, legislators to just bring up this process and also advocate for its outcomes ahead of time. So to really say like, hey, the roadmap to recovery process is a planning grant, and we think that it should put us in line for funding to solve the problems that will result from this process, ahead of other communities that maybe haven't gone through all of this planning and conversation. Because as Kara said, this is a planning grant and there's no kind of commitment otherwise that it will lead to the opportunity to leverage the state ARPA stimulus funds. So I think we have a role to make that ask and say, hey, we think our grant should really tee us up and put us at the front of the line to get some of this funding. So I'll just put that in all of your brains as you're having conversations if this type of topic comes up.
And if I could just tap in on top of that, Kelly, is what, and I'm sure, well, maybe all of you have heard, but what we've been hearing from various resources from the state is the ARPA funding does not need to be spent until, I think it's December 31st, 2024. And really the direction we're getting from a lot of our associations is hold on to your local dollars and spend those last, and look and advocate for our state or federal dollars, because those are going to come sooner. And really what we've heard is that the state is wanting to spend their ARPA dollars by 2022. And so with this roadmap, there's a goal of Pickens County is probably not always going to, and should not be, the best applicant for some of these grants that are coming down from different federal and state agencies, but we can rely on our housing partners, our childcare partners, that if we're all collectively bought into this, we can really make an impact with those dollars that are going to start coming down pretty quickly. They already are. And then, see what is the best use for our local direct distribution. And that's really the goal of our regional effort, is to get everyone on the same page of, we all bought into the grant applications for this purpose. Think of the collective change that we might be able to make for our region.
Thanks, Kara. Thoughts and questions for Kara? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. This is exciting, and I hope that they give us some grant money. I think the thing that when I look at this, I wonder how we define development in any way. Does that include growth of the workforce or growth of the tourism industry, for instance. Because the conversations I'm hearing in the community are, hey, wait a minute, I think we've grown too much. So are we applying for grants to figure out how to grow bigger? Or are we applying for grants to figure out how to create a steady state that creates an optimal situation for everyone, residents, workforce, whether they're retirees or, you know, visitors, maintaining the golden goose that you know, attracts everyone here, as well as, so I'm just wondering how broad the definition is, because I think about steady state instead of development, which unfortunately has the connotation that we have to grow to survive. And so I'd love it if that was part of these conversations, and I wonder if they are.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a question that we want to hear from the stakeholders, and just, Nan might be on the phone, she can probably put better words to this, but when we talk about workforce development, this really is not about a growth conversation, and we're trying to make this very intentional about how do we sustain our individuals and families that are here and keep them here, not about growing our tourism economy or growing our service economy, but it's really, we want this to be focused on the people that help us all work, help us all do, and the services that we provide. And so I will share, I think the group has struggled with the term workforce development because there's words such as retraining, uptraining, upskilling, diversifying. It kind of captures all that. So I don't know if workforce development is the right term, but it's really to capture how are we, again, helping the individuals and families be successful and sustainable through, you know, ups and downs, not necessarily about a growth conversation for a sustainable workforce development. It's kind of circular, but I hope that addresses your question, Greg.
No, it does. And I think it's really important that when we talk about it, we just have those definitions handy so that it's not looked at as an economic development in the traditional sense. Because I think we've all become more sophisticated, and we understand the nuance and the breadth of the whole conversation. So yeah, I'm all for defining it that way. Thank you.
If I could, thanks, Greg, and Kara, you're doing a great job. I like to think about it in terms of our strategic plan. And, you know, to me, it's really about the livable, supportive community and how we work together as a region to make this a more livable, sustainable community.
And Carol, will you guys send us out those listening sessions so we can put those on our radar, please?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And we will, like I said, be circling back. I'm excited to see what we hear from everyone and be bringing that back to the board very quickly after that as well.
Great. Okay, any other thoughts or questions for Kara? All right, thank you. Sorry, Steve?
Well, one final thought maybe. There are a lot of people still suffering from the pandemic. And we have a lot of people who need help right now in various fashions. So I'm really glad that we have this opportunity, and I hope we can make the most of it. We don't necessarily need to bring in a whole bunch of new workers, but we need to take care of the people we have and get them healthy mentally and physically and back to work and have their families be in a good space too. So I think that's what we're all working towards.
Well said.
All right, let's see. Rich, do you have any open discussion items for us?
I do, Kelly, just one. I know that Patty had mentioned earlier about maybe attending the Emma Caucus on Sunday, and just want to ask if there's others planning on attending, because if we have 3 or more, we're going to need to post that on a separate agenda. Are there more than 3 of you or 3 or more attending? Do we know?
What is it you're talking about, Rich? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The Emma caucus?
Oh, Emma. Yeah, I'll
meeting?
be there. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
planning on
Francie. Okay.
I'm gonna be there. So,
You'll need to notice.
and Rich, I just
I'll
sent
be
on,
there.
I just sent on to Charlotte the invitation, so she has the contact person if she needs to post some form of agenda with the public notice.
Okay, sounds good. It sounds like, Steve, you're gonna go as well?
Yeah, I went last year and it was right in the, you know, when the whole hemp issue was right across the fence from Kathy Markle's house. So
Okay.
this will be a chance to kind of follow up on the discussions we had last year with the various people. And I met quite a few people last year I hadn't met before. So I look forward to being there again.
Okay, so we will go ahead and post that on a separate agenda then.
Yeah,
because we will have at least 3 of you.
It's just scheduled for an hour, and it's not scheduled for a potluck like they usually have.
Okay, good, thank you. And then the only other comment I do have, Kelly, hope it's good on your end, but I can tell you the changes that IT made, they're really appreciative of those because you can, on the Zoom side here, it really makes the meeting, the screens are better. You can actually see Patty when she speaks now. So I think these are really good improvements that kind of helps us, again, work towards, the board has talked about, you know, the continuation of these Zoom, a virtual opportunity. I think this is a good step. So just wanted to put that shout out to the IT department. It's looking good. So hopefully it's not a lot of work on your end, Kelly.
Okay. All right, thanks, Rich. No, I think I've given some feedback to improve and improve, all right?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Other open discussion items for board members?
No, I just had the Emma caucus on mine.
Okay. Francie?
Yeah, I just wanted to read you this voicemail that I got a few days ago, and hi, this is somebody. My husband and I live at 341 something lane in Ranch Acres. I'm assuming that's Redstone Ranch Acres. And I just found out people who use our roads, I think, all the time, who lives here, who are not part of Ranch Acres. And I find it very unfair. We have one of the larger houses, so we will probably be hit heavily with any kind of increase in the mill. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. Just seems unfair. I mean, I don't know. I remember the Revolutionary War, taxation without representation, and I think that it's just there. I don't know how many properties are using these roads constantly. We use them very little, and yet we're something or other, we will be paying for them using our, it doesn't seem fair to me why number here is, and then she talks about her phone number and how to get a hold of her. So it's somebody who obviously didn't show up for the discussions about it and feels that she hasn't had any voice in the mill that's coming, but so she can just vote against it, right?
Yep, she can vote against it, and she can contact her neighbors, her homeowners association, whoever's organizing it.
Well, actually, the Redstone Ranch Acres is a improvement district that was approved by the BOCC. So it's actually being run by the improvement district, and this board sits as the ex officio board for that.
Wait a minute, it's being run by the improvement district, and then what did you say?
This board, the Board of County Commissioners, sits as the ex officio board for that improvement district. So this board actually was the one who approved that being on the ballot. Certainly if they have any questions regarding it, they could talk to Brian Pettit, who can walk them through some of the financial stuff, or Ann Driggers. But statutorily, the BOCC is the ex officio board for that improvement district.
I wasn't sure which one.
But it's going to be on their ballot, and they're going to vote on it, right?
Correct, yes, if they are a member of the district.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll call her.
That does bring up, though, weren't we going to send a letter advocating that it pass?
I don't remember. We were sending so many letters these days, I'm getting confused.
I thought Brian Pettit was going to draft something. So I'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay, because the ballots have been mailed, so people will be voting. Steve?
One other item, something I probably should have been forwarding some of this to all of you, and I still could, but there's been a chain of communication from some residents and landowners in the Redstone area who are horse owners. And they've been communicating with Gary Tannenbaum and Paul Holsinger and kind of copying me in on it, but they are unhappy with the management and the lease arrangement of the Coke Ovens open space to the private outfitter who lives in Gypsum and has had a kind of a monopoly on that land for quite some time. So these residents would like to be able to bid on leasing that land and taking care of it and having local people up there keep their horses on the Coke Ovens open space land, and in future years. It's a moot point now, but by next summer they hope to have something different. So I think it might be worth having a work session with Paul and Gary about that topic at some point before they are renewing the lease agreement with the outfitter there.
They've been in touch with me too, and they've approached the outfitter there and asked if they could board their horses there, and he's not interested. He tried to avoid having to say the hard no, so he said it was actually in Open Space's hands, but Gary said, no, actually it's not. It's actually in the outfitter's hands, but yeah, so they've been back and forth on that. So I think it's a good thing for us to get involved also, Steve.
So we are going to get involved in something.
Rich, can you maybe chat with Gary about this, and I'll just add it to possible future agendas?
Yeah, I can, Kelly. I've got a note here. I'll reach out to him.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, I was just gonna say on that, if there's an administrative way to handle this to make sure there's a fair bidding process and that it's open, that's all I would need, and I'm not sure it needs to come to us for a work session, but if that isn't in place and that's necessary, then I think it's something we should hear. But if we don't have to, let's let it go through the process.
Yeah.
If I could also, if I could change the subject.
Wait, Patty has a comment.
Before you change the subject.
Patty's still on. Okay, I'll come back.
It doesn't sound like this other person wants to lease it. It just wants to put his horses on the property that somebody else is leasing. Kind of like a semi-sublease. So, yeah, and we've tried that before and it didn't work well.
They feel that, and when you read the documents they've sent, it seems like, they think it was kind of improper leasing process when it was let out in previous years, that the Open Space and Trails wasn't following their own policies on the leasing process. Now they do have a new leasing process based on that they've been working on with this group mostly in the M area, looking at the agricultural leases. And so I think things are changing in that whole realm of activity for the ag leases. So maybe this would fall under that same thing. Irrigated land that's being leased for putting livestock on is basically what it is.
Okay. I think we can get some input from Open Space.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg, next topic.
Yeah, just wanted to say, I help occasionally with the vaccination clinics, but I won't be able to do that on Monday, the 18th. But the next one, if anybody's interested, they're looking for volunteers. A commissioner who doesn't know how, or isn't checked out to give inoculations would just be a greeter, or somebody there just to represent the county. I think it's a worthwhile thing if anybody's interested. It's Monday, October 18th at the St. Regis in the Capitol Room from 12:30 to 5 p.m. They brief you, get there at 12:30, the vaccinations start at 1. It's usually fairly casual. Carly Sensed at Pitkin County Public Health is the person who coordinates that. If anyone is interested, they're just looking for additional volunteers to help process people as they come through and orient and calm them down if necessary, and, you know, make them feel good. It's actually a lot of fun. I get a lot out of it, and I wanted to share that with anybody who's interested. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Greg. I want to check in with board members, if anyone is registered for the CC4CA conference. That's scheduled for the 21st and 22nd. My children are out of school, so I'm struggling with that conflict to be able to attend. Greg?
Where is it?
I signed up for it, but I'm not sure I'll be able to be there the whole time because my kids are out of school too, and we're trying to figure out, you know, it'll be digital nomads from somewhere checking in from someplace. But so I can't guarantee I'll be there the whole time, but I want to participate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Where is it?
It's being held virtually this year.
The whole thing?
Mm-hmm. Steve, were you planning to go to any of that? Maybe you
Well,
and Greg
I
and
will
Zach
be at
and I
my
can divide it
class
up.
reunion, and I'll be in California at my class reunion. There's lots of activities on both those days for the class reunion, so I don't think I'll be able to attend. I would love to be there, but I don't think I can make it this time.
Okay.
I think it'd be the first time I haven't made it to the CC4CA kind of retreat things.
I'd be willing to go for some of it if somebody would introduce me,
Okay.
because I've never been.
Sure. Francie, I can talk with you about that, and maybe between you and Greg and I, we can like
Okay.
take a few hours here and there each.
Kind of been interested in going in attending that one of their meetings anyway, so it'd be great.
Okay. All right. Any other items for open discussion today? All right. Well, with that, then I will request a motion to adjourn, please.
Oh, wait, real quick, Greg,
Yeah.
on the Board of Health meeting Thursday, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna be up and down Valley going to a fundraiser for sustainable ag on the Sunfire Ranch. I'll just keep you posted if I can zoom in from the Carbondale Library or someplace. I'll let you know. Okay?
Got it. Maybe Jason, you can use Jason's Wi-Fi back at the ranch house. Who knows?
Did you
Okay.
say you're going to a fundraiser for Sunfire?
No, I'm going to a fundraiser for Casey Piscura and his Peace
Oh.
Seeds organization. It's a CSA that he has there.
Great.
Do you want some info, Francie?
Sure.
I'll try and send you some. My daughter has it, so I'll let you know.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Probably not good for me.
Okay.
But send it anyway. Send it anyway.
All right, I'll see if I can find it. My daughter has it. I'll have to try and track her down.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make a
Anyone
motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Patty.
That's where you were going.
Second.
weren't you?
Thank you, Greg. All right, thanks for all your good work today, folks. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Hi.
Thanks, guys.
All
Thanks,
right,
Jackson.
thank you to the public for hanging in there with us.
Definitely.
And
Did
we
not turn
will
out to be a short meeting.
reconvene Tuesday for our
Can you
work
send me
session.
info?
Thank you, and thank you, Grassroots.
On Casey's event tomorrow. I want to send it out.
That was not the short meeting we anticipated.